Foamed, good to see you. And anyone else out there lurking in the shadows? We're gonna continue our adventures on the Serpent Isle. And it's gonna be amazing. Got the game started there last time. You always got to spend some time getting used to the systems and stuff. I actually didn't expect I was going to be so rusty on a RPG Ultima. Easier to just jump into the underworlds because, you know, it's a more physical game. Like, you're running around places, you're attacking things. It's, you know, it's all right there in front of you. You get lost, you can just wander around and find where you need to go. But this stuff, you know, you got to plan a little bit more. So I have a plan. I've written down my notes, I've compiled my notes a little bit, and I know what I'd like to accomplish today. So, SGBO, thank you for the dance. And welcome to the stream. I'm gonna get started here in 1 second. Do 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 do. Serpent Isle is your favorite isle. Mine is the Chip Isle. Slave driver. So I see my guys are hungry here. We got some food for them. Let's feed them. They're gonna need the protein because we're gonna start by training the avatar at least. I see none of these other guys have training points. My usual food mule, YOLO, is going to supply us with hams and bread. So we've got YOLO and Shamino and Dupre are all hungry. Everybody but the avatar. I can subsist on the blood of my enemies alone. cheese bread for YOLO. And a carrot. You can have a couple of carrots. Ah, yes, the Britannian 5-legged deer. Perchance, how are ya? Yeah, we're right into it. I plan on dedicating myself to Ultima for the next little foreseeable future. And we'll see how much we can get done. One day, the whole series will be under my belt. And then I can leave this world behind me. So, how does the training work again? It confused me a little bit there last stream, because I need to fight people to train. Doesn't matter if I win or lose, but I do need to fight them here in the list field. I do that by talking to this fellow. My, what a fine-looking warrior! How might I be of service to thee? Fight. No, we don't want to fight, because that does not train us. That just pits us up against, like, 4 people. Heavily armed. It won't go my way. I wish to train Morgan. And I tried training with all of these guys. Luther gives the best return on strength. Strength is the most important stat. 50 Montari to train. That's not exactly cheap. I only have 83 or so in total. But we learned of a way to make some money last game, so we'll see. We'll see if we can't do that some more. Oh, Luther, this here warrior wants to train with thee. I'll train with thee now. What weapon dost thou favor? I did battle axe last time for the calamitous blows. But I think we'll try the halberd. The halberd is a mighty weapon. The strongest weapon in Ultima Online. Strongest melee, anyways. Halberd. A fine enough weapon for a coward. Hyping up the halberd, but he doesn't seem to think too highly of it. I never did care for that fighting at a distance and all. I thinks that the only way to victory is to close and hack, and I should know, seeing that I've seen many a battle in my time. All right, if thou'lt follow me, then. Just gotta jam the combat button as soon as I get in. No, you don't. Fight. Fight. Come on now. My combat score's so low I can't score a blow on him. Come on. Oh, thou hast been beaten, as was expected. Though thou art insignificant, try to remember the lessons I have taught thee this day. The Avatar isn't the man he used to be. Very good, he says. Returns your equipment. Well, that's fine, because like I say, we don't need to beat the fight to get the levels. So our strength went from 18 to 21. And that'll stand me a better chance against him the next time. I feel like that was good thinking on using the halberd, though. I did notice the distance played to my advantage a bit. Alright, so, and then last stream I was really trying to put off getting one of these facial tattoos that I need for the town to recognize me as a knight, and I need the town to recognize me as a knight to carry on with the quest, it seems. But yeah, I was really avoiding trying to get this tattoo for just my own silly reasons. Who wants a face tattoo? I guess Mike Tyson did. Well, we're just going to settle for it anyways. No way around it. Hello, my lord. Give me the tattoo. Thou hast earned the right to wear the knight's tattoo. Without it, one cannot be inducted into one's knighthood. Since thou didst slay the wolf in the test, thou art slated to receive the mark of the wolf. Art thou ready to obtain thy tattoo? Yes. We shall now begin the process. This will hurt, but as a warrior thou art accustomed to suffering. Be seated. Whoops. That's not good. Use a cloth to soak up the blood. Thou dost look magnificent, Avatar. Quite becoming, Morgan. Thou dost look quite the fop, my lord. My crew, ever encouraging. Gonna have to wrestle Dupre. Remind him who's the leader of this operation. Alright, that's it. We've got our tattoo. And now I need a cloak. I need to get the cloak from the furry. Glad to see thee again, my lord. What may I do for thee? Cloak? It is ready. 'Tis beautiful, my lord. What didst thou expect? Bye-bye. Happy hunting. Okay, we got our wolf cloak now. And my tattoo. So that should mark me as a honorary knight. Now there's supposed to be a banquet in my honor. Where? I'm not sure. Can't remember who I gave that meat to, or else I would, I'd ask him. That's the park, and I think below us is the town hall. Thou dost look terrible, Morgan. I think thou hast been struck by some terrible malady. What happened here? I have the poison halo around me. Thou needest a healer. Bark. I need a healer. But I need a banquet first. Oh, I'm taking damage. Yeah, poison somehow. The dog did it. Anybody home? There's Spectre. He's got nothing new to say. I am poisoned. But it doesn't matter, because the Avatar's invincible. I really am invincible in this game, it feels like, with that Hourglass of infinite resurrections. Ouch. Is this the banquet hall? It's been locked. This must be the place. We shall wait. Look, everyone's here. Where's Harna? Please do be seated. Congratulations on successfully completing the knight's test. Thus thou hast proven thyself worthy of joining an elite band of warriors. In thine honor, all the commands of Monitor have been sent their representatives to the knighthood banquet. The Bears. On behalf of the Bears, which, by the way, are the mightiest warriors in the land, I welcome thee to thy knighthood banquet. Aye, Bears, hear, hear, the Wolves. As the leader of the Wolves, which, unlike the Bears, prefer to rely on our wits rather than our brute strength, I too welcome thee to the ranks of the knights. Since thou art under my command, I expect to know thee much better in the days to come. Welcome, warrior, wolves! And I am here both as the Lord of Monitor and the leader of the leopards. Hurrah, leopards! Lucilia has prepared this feast, the main dish of which includes meat from the wolf which thou didst slay in the knight's test. I prefer that it was selectable. I think that would have been more interesting if you could have, I don't know, maybe through the process of the knight's test, how you handled certain clues, puzzles, how you handled them would, like, dictate which command you got, but really I'd just rather eat bear. Davy, how are you doing? Avatar proceeds to vomit on the banquet table from this unknown street poison I picked up. It's just walking past a lone dog, and now I'm poisoned. Now let us eat, and as we do so, let us extend our fellowship to this new knight. Let us eat. Hurry, Lucilia, this knife is dull. What didst thou think of the knight's test? Didst thou have any harrowing experiences? Oh, it isn't that much of a challenge. After all, thou didst survive it, Flicken. Never mind that, lout. What part of the dungeon was the most difficult, Morgan? I mean, the whole thing was rigged against me. Change subject. It is good to see a knight who is not boastful. Luther couldst learn from this one. I doubt it. Luther did kick my ass earlier. My daughter Kantra is gone. I've looked everywhere for her. We need to send out a patrol. The goblins have struck again. I'm sorry, Harna, but if the goblins have her, she's lost. There's not an ounce of mercy or remorse within them. But the goblins did not take her. Thou canst not know any such thing. It must have been the goblins. Remember, they killed thine husband right outside this city, not even leaving a body. My daughter, poor dear, kill the goblins. We must find her. Forgive me, Lord, but I, too, have a serious matter to put before the leaders of Monitor. Dost thou not need to rest thyself, Templar? Thou hast had no time to heal from thy wounds. I'm right enough, Shazana, and I cannot rest until I have aired my concerns. Speak thy mind, then, warrior. As thou knowest, I am the sole survivor of the patrol which the goblins ambushed when Astrid was taken. The goblins were ready for us, my lord. It could not have been by accident. Lord Marston, there's a traitor in our midst, yeah. Damn spy. Templar is right. Now. I think that this talk of a traitor in Monitor is all rather speculative. Surely no one suspects anyone at this table of being a goblin spy. Yeah. Ever since I got here, they've been talking about a traitor that has been leaking secrets from the city to the goblins. The knight champion Astrid was ambushed. And apparently taken away captive and eaten by the goblins. Eaten alive. That's what they like to do. Sit down, Luther. Listen, knights. It doth not take a wizard to untangle this skein. Who among us acts strangely? Who among us acts strangely, doth do things in secret, and avoids his knightly duties? 'Tis him! Curse thee, Luther! I'm weary of thine insults, Luther. I am no more of a traitor than thou art. Battle music, leave me alone. Leave him alone, Luther. Thou shouldst stay out of this, woman. Keep him away from me. No, Shazana, leave him alone, Luther. Thou must make me. Yow! Whoa! That arrow got really close. Tell them to stop. Stop this. Just... Pew! Lay down thine arms, knights. Such fighting belongs on the list field, not in the banquet hall. Thy behavior hath disrupted this celebration. In the interest of calming down all of our tempers, I declare this banquet to be over. Morgan, couldst thou please speak to Harna about her daughter? Perhaps thou mightest have some new insights. Go home until next time, coward. Ow! Sir Knight, look at the new knight. Thou dost certainly look fetching with thy tattoo. Ha! Yeah, Krieg. A little suspect, perhaps, but Luther's the one that's slinging all the accusations. Maybe he's just hiding his own guilt. Traitor, the goblins did not ambush that patrol without help. If Lord Marston does not recognize this, then he's as blind as well as brainless. It doth not take a wizard to untangle this scheme. Who among us acts strangely? Yeah. Speak to Craig, the provisioner. Force him to spill his filthy secrets. I would do it myself, but Marston hath ordered me to stay away from that worm. Bye. Slug. He'll get his. Just need a little bit more strength and he'll get his. What do I want to take a single arrow for? Barkeep. This guy still has a urn I want to give him. So, 'tis thee again. Well met. How shall I aid thee? How about that traitor? Whoever betrayed Astrid's patrol must have been a knight. No one else could have done it. Well, that's everybody. Everybody in this town's a knight. Craig is the most likely suspect, as thou didst hear Luther proclaim at the banquet. Someone should question that weakling and see if his guilt can be proven. Was Schmed the traitor? Ha, Schmed was the worst coward in Monitor. We let him hide in the Knight's Test to spare ourselves the agony of exiling him. He was terrified of the goblins, so how could he have become their spy? This makes no sense. Besides, the matter at the Knight's Test smacks of wizardry. I think thou hast an unknown enemy from among the mages of Moonshade. Goodbye. Schmed we killed. He ambushed and tried to assassinate us at the end of the Knight's Test. Yes. Goblins. 'Tis a bloody war we're fighting. That I'm alive today speaking with thee is a miracle. The goblins are foul but fascinating creatures. They are more intelligent than one would think, in a bestial way, of course. If only I could speak with their general, Palmdergun. Imagine what that mind must be like. So calculating, so incisive, yet so utterly inhuman. Palmdragon, he's the goblin leader, a king or chieftain, depending on how one translates the goblin tongue. Palmdragon claims to be a direct descendant of Gurnodir. Oh, good old goblin names. Having heard him curse us on the field of battle, I know that he speaks our tongue. Quite a feat for one of those creatures. So what was the miracle that allowed you to survive? It shames me to say that I'm the sole survivor of an ambush of Astrid's patrol. The goblins left me for dead, but I was merely dazed. There was a heap of bodies where Astrid had last been fighting, but her body was not there. It's obvious to me that they took her alive. I managed to reach the Knight's Test, where Schmed gave me shelter and sent for Harna to bandage my wounds. When I recover, I'm going there again. Astrid. She was the greatest knight that I've ever had the honor of fighting beside. Carrying on her standard is a challenge to which I will dedicate myself for the rest of my life. Ambush. It was as if they knew our plans. They were lying in wait across our path and were upon us in moments. What carnage! It grieves me to say this, but there must be a traitor in Monitor. Someone must have revealed our plans to the goblins. As a bear, I know that our command is innocent. Kaladin doth have many faults, but being devious is not one of them. The traitor is either a wolf or a leopard. Perhaps if thou dost ask around, thou mightest find clues in this mystery. Wolf. The wolves have been disloyal to Monitor since Brendan took charge. He would have us guard the roads, not the city itself. If anyone is the spy, it must be Craig. He's often out in the woods, alone, and he never brings back booty or prisoners. What can he be doing? He says that he doth have an old injury, but he's merely sniveling coward. The leopards? Marston, the leader of the Leopard Command, officially runs the town, and he doth have his hands full. Not only are there goblins to worry about, but there's also a thief stealing money from the treasury. Spectre, his right-hand man, is in charge of that as well. Needless to say, it hath made things unpleasant between the commands as of late. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Spectre himself robbing the treasury. Being captured alive by the goblins is far worse fate than being killed by them on the battlefield. Survivors tell horrifying stories of torture, mutilation, and things I should not even speak of. War. We've been fighting the damned goblins since our forefathers landed on these shores. The city was built on the site of a goblin village. There had been a balance of sorts until the ambush of Astrid's patrol. As knight champion, she wore the helm of Monitor, and now the goblins have it. The power of the helm cannot be understated. With it, Pomdragon can once again assemble the goblin horde and invade the lands of men. Somehow we must regain the helm. Forefathers. The greatest battle of the Goblin Wars took place in the days when Gurnordir was king of the goblins. He was the mightiest goblin who ever lived.
Oh my god!
Hey, Cinotar, with the big raid. What's up? Howdy, everybody. Back to it. On the road to beat Serpent Isle. Just talking about how the city of Monitor here is in constant war against the goblins outside the city walls. The goblins stormed the walls and fought their way inside the city. However, the bears surrounded them, and Gurnodir was at last slain. From his dead body was taken the Helm of Courage, and his ashes are enshrined in the Knight's Test. I think I have them now. I don't think I left them in the Knight's Test. Ashes. As Renfrey can tell thee, we Monitorians have a special reverence for the ashes of the dead. Sir Citizen Unknown, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. And everyone that came with Cinotar. And of course Cinotar himself. When a knight dies, his body must be brought back to Monitor for cremation. The ashes are then placed in the crypts. In the case of Gurnodir, his ashes have a strange power. Like all ashes, they are imbued with the essence of a living being. As thou hast seen, the ashes are used in the climax of the test of knighthood. Somehow they have the power to summon one's totem animal. Helm of Courage. We now call it the Helm of Monitor, and it is worn by the Knight Champion, but it first came from the goblins. Whence it came before they got their hands upon it, no one can say. The helm doth have mystical powers, which we believe are due to being imbued with the essence of courage. Well, that's good. Vigilance! DF, what's up? Dead goblin's a good goblin. It definitely seems the case in this one. I don't really recall if there was ever goblins in previous Ultimas, other than Underworld. That's really the only place I remember seeing them. And they were actually quite friendly, usually in Underworld. So, but these Serpent Isle ones, they capture women and eat them alive. Glad to see thee again. Oh, that's the furrier. Got some bread making stuff here. Ugh. Well, we had this big banquet in my honor for completing the Knight's test. It would be a shame for all this food to go to waste. I'll just help myself. Some might call it low class, but I'm a broke man in a new land. Yes. I can travel on this for a little while. Thanks for the feast. Ugh. This poison, this mysterious poison is brutal. I have a red potion. Vandelf. Vandelf. Oh, pardon me. Welcome to the stream. Everybody wants to know what a paladin is. I'll show you what a paladin is. It's this guy right here. The sands of time are dwindling. We must hurry. A stalwart warrior and a dear, dear friend. Come on, boys, join back up. With great pride. I like how he says that when he joins up. With great pride. Most gratefully. Wouldst thou enjoy some idle conversation, my lord, or shall I embrace my lute and provide a musical interlude? Yeah, we'll get a song from you, YOLO. Not now. Oh, yes. The spoony one. I've heard the legends. Can put a pouch on your hip for more organization. Yes, but if you put a pouch on your hip, you can't wear a kidney belt. And kidney belts offer you just a little bit more protection. And then you can throw the bag into your backpack instead. I also need to start the timer. Yeah, I got one on the avatar right now. This sucker right here. Hark, I hear my female companion knocking at my door. 1 second. . . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Alrighty. Yeah, I'll have to check out his Ultima stuff. The spoony one, that is. After I've completed the games. I've stayed away from all reviews, videos, and everything from Ultima related. But I do know of the man. I know of him from a mutual love of strange Italian movies and Reb Brown. Reb Brown, the true Captain America. Thou dost look terrible, Morgan. I think thou hast been struck by some terrible malady. Strike Commando is a good movie. We need to find this Harna. Speak to her about her kid. I think she's the town healer as well, so hopefully she can cure this poison on me. Might want to check that the training guy didn't get deleted. Known bug with the event. By that, do you mean Luther? He's who I was training with earlier there. Templar, Shazana. Yeah, we don't want Luther to be deleted. He's our strength trainer. Ah, the pikeman at the desk. No, we're good. Shouldn't we be moving faster here? Or if the poison is making it so I can't run. Harna, Harna, Harna. I've never seen her in the whole of the city. There's a couple of portraits there at that banquet I didn't recognize. Harna! How may I help thee now? Dost thou have need of healing, or dost thou wish to buy me vegetables? Buy my vegetables. Healing! I'm not a magical healer. Monotorians are quite suspicious of magic. I use a natural healing method, which uses herbs. Art thou in need of a healer? The avatar is burning with fever. Yeah, but I still went to the party. I can temporarily restore thy body, but thou art suffering from an affliction that cannot easily be cured. Such a pox may wear off in time if thou art extremely lucky, but thou canst only be permanently cured by a special ointment made from varro leaves. This is what happens when you come to a new land. You have to deal with new diseases. I charge 30 monetary and no less to perform mine healing. Is this acceptable? Well, I think I probably got just about 30 left. Whom dost wish to heal? Morgan. The bodily wounds have been healed. I have healed thy body of the ravages of poison, but the effects shall keep occurring until thou art dead. Thou must bring me 5 varro leaves from Delphinia, the horticulturist in Fawn, before I can permanently cure thee of this affliction. Varro leaves. These leaves are now scarce, as the Varro grows only with abundant sunlight, and we have had clouded skies for many months. Go thou and see Delphinia, the horticulturist and fawn. Perhaps she will have a supply of leaves. Captain Chainway, yeah. There's definitely been some faces that seem familiar. I found Marston, the leader of Monitor, to look quite a bit like Chuck Norris. Pox. Thy suffering came from no accidental affliction. The venom which mixes with thy blood is not common. Who did this to the Avatar? I strongly suspect that the source of thine infection is the tattoo thou hast been given. I know that Lydia must have given thee this tattoo, yet I find it difficult to believe she would poison a stranger. Thou shouldst have words with her, I think. Oh, we'll have some words. Cantra, dost thou believe in magic? I mean, I've seen it. That is good, for what I have to show thee will befuddle the minds of most of this town's inhabitants. Go to mine home. There thou shalt find a crystal ball. Gaze into it, and let thy mind be clear. The crystal. I love the detail in this game. Just Ultima 7 in general. She's like, oh, she just cut herself. She's harvesting the corn stalks. That's awesome. Arg. Yow. That was like a triple hit of poison. Help! Leave me alone! I know what they are. I'm only a little girl. Oh, God. Never! Leave me alone, mage. I'm but a little girl. Oh. What a sinister fella. I know what thou art. Bane of chaos, that body is but a shell that thou dost wear. I can escape thee. My powers dwarf thine. My powers have dwindled due to thine imprisonment. Thou art no match for me now. Thy powers have dwindled due to thine imprisonment. Thou art no match for me now. Bazow. Holy shit. Ho! Flying swords. Magic of cataclysmic proportions. As thou hast now seen, the peril that faces Cantra doth go beyond merely being taken by the goblins. Some foul thing does possess her. The worst the goblins could do would be to kill her and destroy her body. This new uncertain danger is nothing less than a threat to her spirit, the very essence of her being. I implore thee, please find her and rescue her. It's certain to be perilous undertaking, and I cannot blame thee if thou wouldest refuse the pleas of a simple woman. But none of the other knights believe in the visions of the crystal ball. They believe that Cantra hath been taken away by the goblins, and that she's already dead. Thou art mine only hope. Will thou please find my daughter, Cantra, and return her to me? No. Oh, yeah, there's my stupid little tattoo on my dumb face. Oh, I thank thee from the bottom of mine heart for the kindness and thy bravery. To find Cantra, thou wilt need two things. The first of these is Cantra's practice sword. I can give that to thee now. This is the very same practice sword that Cantra used every day. Now that thou hast my daughter's sword, thou shouldst find one of the legendary hounds of Doskar. Yeah, that'll be easy. They'll be able to sniff Cantra's essence from the sword and then track her to anywhere in the Serpent Isle. The only dilemma thou dost face now is to find one of the hounds of Doskar. I do not know where one may be found, but I foresee that thou must find the hound before thou canst rescue my daughter. Well, everybody has tattoos in the town, and the reason why I also have one now is because it's a town full of knights, and they're all they're divvied up into like 3 different commands. There's leopard, bear, and wolf, and they have different duties basically. They get the face tattoos when they pass a knightly trial, and then it marks them as true knights of Monitor. I needed to get one myself so that these people would actually, like, talk to me. They only seem to appreciate you if you're a knight. Prophecy. Thou shalt need 3 ancient and powerful artifacts to complete thy task. One of these is a helm. It seems very familiar to me. Thy quest shall be long and difficult. Many are the adventures that thou must undertake. Seemingly unconnected events shall prosper thee in thy seeking of my lost daughter. Thy travels shall take thee north, far north, through caves that lie to the west. I can feel the cold wind blowing upon thee. I see no more. Healing, information, that's new. What dost thou desire to know? People. The citizens of Monitor are all knights, and they belong to one of 3 commands, the bears, wolves, and leopards. About which command dost thou desire to inquire? The leopards. The bears are strong and brave, and known for their triumphs in the arena. About whom dost thou wish to inquire? Luther. Luther is one of the bear command. He's proven and respected fighter on the battlefield, but off the field he's somewhat of a bully. Best to stay clear of him, I say. 'Tis said that he doth have terrible temper. Luther loses control and simply begins swinging. He's the leader of the bear command and the commander of the pikemen. A good, decent man, and a hardened veteran of many tough battles. He doth hate the goblins with a passion. Simon. He's the innkeeper of the Sleeping Soldier. He's a quiet man, and the oldest person in Monitor. He enjoys his drink, especially the unusual type of ale from Fawn. Yeah, we've tried his ale. Made me puke all over the floor. Maybe that's what poisoned me. I have told him to cease drinking that swill, but he insists, from a healer's point of view, that ale should be banned. Flicken. I haven't met Flinken. He's the guard at the south gate of Monitor. He hath a keen eye, despite his getting along in years. Flicken is one of the bear command. He may seem argumentative, but he's simply a good fellow doing his job. Templar. Templar is the virtuous knight of the bear command and oft times a winner of our local tournaments. He also is our local expert in the goblins. Lydia, she provides the knights of Monitor with their tattoos, which they receive upon completing the knight's test or carrying out some difficult quest. What about places? Of which type of place would thou have me tell? Wilderness. The wilderness is the place in which a warrior can test himself against fearsome beasts and challenges of nature. Of which place would thou like to learn? Gorlab Swamp, Furnace, Great Northern Forest. It's said that this forest lies beyond the swamp, but we have precious little contact with the people there. Furnace is a dungeon located to the east of here that is said to be so hot that humans cannot survive within its cavernous depths. We went in there. Yeah, we went in there last stream. Gonna have to figure out some way to cool it. Gore Lab Swamp. Follow the Serpent Road north, and thou shalt come to it, but thou mayest not return. Strange objects. What sort of items art thou inquiring about? These are some of the items that got switched with the equipment I brought from Britannia. Urn. Why, that looks to be a funeral urn. In our city, it's custom to burn our dead and keep their remains in such urns. I wonder, Caladan hath been angry because the ashes of his grandfather were missing. Perhaps that's what that urn contains. Plain shield. That shield could belong to anyone in this town. Green and white are the colors of Monitor and its warriors. Thou shouldst inquire if anyone's missing a shield. Slippers? Surely these belong to no one in this city. Craig, the provisioner, might know of who would sell something like these slippers. Bloody hand! It seems as if it was lost in the field of battle, so whoever lost it probably did not survive. Yet there are no signs of decay or recent injury. Thou mightest ask Renfrey if he hath encountered a body with such an injury lately. I must return to my duties. These crops will not wait. Remember Cantra. You got it. Oh. Oh, I wanted to show the severed hand. I should also put all this food in YOLO's bag. These guys are always unequipping their weapons. Now, where did I put that severed hand? I think Shamano's got all of those. Yeah, so this is the severed limb. I put it down on the ground. It's alive! Cerberus Batasai. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Yes, Oblivion and all of that was very inspired by the Ultima series. Huge inspiration to the Elder Scrolls. Seen anybody missing a living hand? What? Oh, 'tis thee again. I deduce that the severed hand found in thy possession is not dead. What manner of magic could do this? I've never seen its like. This guy's a good guy to know, because we can take pikemen. We can bring dead pikemen bodies here and cook them in the crematorium, and he'll give me some cold, hard Montanari for it. I want to find that, what was his name? Kaladin. Ask him about that urn again. And there's Luther. I'm not one to waste time with words. What is thy business with me, knight? I already asked her about the mysterious sailor. So, 'tis thee again. Well met. How shall I aid thee? Missing urn. I'm not superstitious, mind thee, but I do believe that a man's ashes are sacred. They represent his soul, his heart, his honor. To know that my grandfather's ashes have been taken from the crypts. I have an urn. Thou dost, an urn of the dead. How didst thou chance upon it? Perhaps thou hast slain the thieves who insulted mine ancestor's soul. Why, we found it, my lord. Might I examine it, please? Yes, of course. This is my grandfather. Thou hast reunited the souls of my family. Please accept this gift as an expression of my sincerest gratitude. Yes. Here are coins enough to buy a room and board at any inn for thee and thy fine companions. Crypts. The ashes of the dead are kept in the mountain caves. Renfrey is the caretaker there if thou dost desire to pay the respects to the dead. That's it. Let's change the subject. Manzig! Thanks for the follow. Where's the money? Oh, 200. It's a pretty good haul. But one of my items, what actually happened to his grandfather's ashes were that one of my items in a magical electrical storm, one of my items was teleported away and replaced with the urn. So where the hell's my item? Maybe in the crypt? I never did look around there much. Yes, welcome, Manzig, welcome. Good to see us. I would never take the time to translate all of this. Hey! That's a crossbow. Don't want to just rob somebody's grave, but maybe that's Kaladin's grandfather. Oh. The only way to be sure would be to translate this. That's funny, right after I said I didn't want to. Well, we did have a crossbow when we came here from Britannia. Everything else is just urns and empty spaces. Yeah, let's just grab it. Nobody's around to say otherwise. Hopefully it's not some family heirloom. YOLO would know. Yeah. In Ultima VII, if you picked up objects that didn't belong to you, your party members really didn't like it. They're good fellas. And they'd kind of give you shit for it. I don't know if that's the case in this one, but they didn't give me shit for grabbing it, so I guess YOLO recognized it as one of his. He makes the crossbows after all. I only got 20 magic bolts. So maybe I'll keep them on the sling until I feel threatened enough to want to use the crossbow. Yeah, absolutely, Manzig. Yeah, well, this is the Ultima corner of Twitch. All I do here is play Ultima. It does say Kaladin. Okay, thank you, perchance. Is that virtuous? How many times do I gotta tell you guys? There's only one virtue that matters. You must show valor in all things. Gotta hold on to this wooden sword for forever now. Until we can find a Hound of Doskar. Wherever the hell that is. Well, we got the urn done, and then the plain shield, she said, could belong to anybody in this town, because it is a shield of Monitor. So we'll see if we can find its owner. Maybe one of these guys, but there was no option for them. Check the tavern. I'm pretty sure I talked to everybody in there. In the training area. Kaladin and Shazara, or whatever her name is. Where's that tavern now? Banquet hall? Tavern. Okay. Anybody home? Spectre. Not Warren Spectre at all. Nothing about a shield there. Duties. I run the Slashing Sword, the best pub in Monitor. Thou mightest think that cooking is not very knightly activity, but I assure thee, feeding the warriors in this town is indeed a quest of courage. If thou dost want anything to eat or drink, thou hast merely say so, my lord. Quest of courage. Thou knowest the quest to prove thou art fit to bear thy knighthood. Surely a fine young warrior like thyself does plan to partake in the quest to retrieve the helm of Monitor. No. Too dangerous for a coward like thyself, and I thought better of thee. Lady, I get asked to help with just about damn near everything in all these lands. Gotta take a break sometime. Traitor? This is all so confusing. Lord Brendan is certain that there must be a traitor, and the wolves are united behind him. Yet I have also heard that there is certainly no traitor, and that we should not indulge in hysteria. Who told you this, madam? No single person, actually. I have merely heard it said in conversation in a tavern. One hears everything. Shield! Hey, there's some knights. Who's this? Cilia. Yeah, I read all that before. Guani pelts. Hast thou not heard stories of these creatures? They are terrible, ferocious, savage creatures. They live in the snowlands of the far north, where the goblins sometimes go to war on them. It is exceedingly rare for the goblins to slay a Guani, but when they do, their chieftain immediately lays claim to the carcass. Only the toughest goblin chiefs wear Guani cloak, and only the toughest knights can slay such a fearsome goblin. Luther brings me leopard pelts now and again, but mostly I just rely on the trappers to bring me exotic furs. The trappers live in the great northern forest at the foot of the impassable mountains. A trapper named Hazard sells me snow leopard pelts. Unfortunately, his men only make it as far south as Monitor a few times a year. Sometimes he even sends Guani pelts. He likes hunting Guani because it's such a challenge. Luther. Actually, when Luther doth go on a hunt, he rarely catches anything. Like all the other bears, I think he prefers to hunt other warriors. He always bullies the strangers that come into town. He's a bully, and someone should teach him a lesson. I've noticed that Luther doth completely relax his guard whenever he loses his temper. And nothing angers him so much as when he's taunted. Do with the information what thou wilt. I simply love to cause dissension. Happy hunting! Brendan, I haven't talked to him since the banquet. He's my commander, so to speak. Welcome to the Wolf Command. 'Tis good to have thee as one of us, Morgan. Again, congratulations on receiving thy knighthood. Traitor. The charges against Craig are odious simply because the man is different doth not make him a criminal. He's not the traitor. I would not be surprised to find that one of the bears did play traitor to their own command. I inspected closely the actions of Luther. He's not to be trusted. He's a braggart and a buffoon. He thinks he shall be the next champion knight, but he hath never beaten me. Was Schmed the traitor? I do not pretend to know what happened in the knighthood test, the knighthood dungeon, but it sounds more like wizardry than goblin mischief. Dost thou have enemies in the city of Mages, Morgan? Hast thou been to Moonshade? Lord Marston may want us to believe that the traitor hath been caught, but I do not believe it. As a favor to me, please continue searching for the spy. Surely conclusive evidence shall appear sooner than later. Yeah, Guani is sort of they're kind of like yetis or like cave people, is what the manual said. Yeah, I think it might be the furrier, the traitor. Duties. I'm the leader of the command of the wolf. Like all of the wolves, I'm a warrior of cunning as well as strength. When I recover the helm of Monitor from the goblins, then my prowess will be known to all. I shall become the next champion knight of Monitor. Then the glory will be mine, and the ladies will truly fawn on me. Ladies. The ladies of Monitor. All are governed by their own particular passions. Lydia, Lucilia, Shazana, Cilia, Harna. Lydia. She's a spicy wench, that one. Hath quite the temper, and is very opinionated. They say her sister was even more beautiful, but the sorcerers took her away to the city. 'Twould certainly be an experience to meet her, I'm certain of that. Lucilia is quite the flirt, that one, a true tease, if thou dost know what I mean. Quite good-looking and fun, too. Perhaps thou mayst enjoy her company. To tell the truth, I believe she must be interested in someone else, a secret, torrid affair, perhaps. Now, who could her lover be? I haven't a clue. Harna. She's a widow now, and hath a fine daughter. These days she keeps to herself and dabbles in magic. Canst thou imagine? Ha! I hope Cantrip can be found. The goblins must have taken her. They eat children, as thou knowest. Shazana. Now that Astrid's dead, Shazana deeply desires to be the new knight champion of Monitor. This is not such a great revelation, of course. Any of us would gladly welcome such an honor. Cilia. She's more quiet, yet she's not unaffected by the often lonely life of a Monitor knight. Her skin is smooth and soft, finer than any luxuriant mane or hide thou wilt find in her shop, I can assure thee. Harumph! Excuse me! Gweno, a fine-looking woman, but I know nothing more of her. Simon would be the one to ask concerning information of the strangers passing through the town. Luther, he may be a bear, but he act like a pig, ha! Listfield, if thou dost feel like a skirmish, I shall be happy to meet thee in the list field. I often give lessons in combat, teaching how to strike quickly. I'm there every day at 3 o'clock. Thou dost look like thou art capable of a couple of rounds. The wolves are the most canny fighters in Monitor. We are quick, silent, and deadly. We are experts at tracking and hunting our prey, and when we attack, nothing can withstand us. Some day all of Serpent Isle will belong to Monitor, and it will be because of the command of the wolf. I do not see why we stay down here in the south. Undoubtedly the climate is warmer here, but the entire continent is ours for the taking. The bears merely want to hide here and stagnate, and the leopards have no ambition at all. I believe one of the bears is a traitor. Didst thou hear that their patrol was ambushed at the Fawn Tower? Our beloved champion knight was slain by goblins in that battle. She may have been a bear, but she was beautiful. The patrol was betrayed, and who could have known the plans? Why, another bear, of course. The leopards, they're all right. At least they listen to us, and they try to see our point of view. It is time that we dispense with the motion of all for one and one for all, and adopt the concept of may the best knight win. Cunning. Stealth and cunning are primary attributes of a fighter. The wolves are specialists in these regards. To be stalked and caught by a wolf patrol would be a ghastly but altogether honorable death. Champion knight. Astrid was the brave woman, but the next champion knight shall be me. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Be cunning. Most of the men come by the town to court her. I enjoy all the attention. I thought I already talked to her about those options, but I don't recognize these new conversations now. Great-grandfather. He was not only the founder of the pub, but he was a champion knight of Monitor. He wore the helm of Monitor for several years before he was bested in a tournament. All the knights think about is fighting. And who do they fight? The goblins? No! They prefer to spar with one another at the list field. Luther's the worst. Oh, how I hate him. Luther, what a buffoon! He thinks every woman in this town wants him, but I find him repulsive. To prove his prowess, he torments the weakest knights and challenges them to meet him in the list field. And when they lose, which they must, since Luther is such a powerful brute, he gloats over them. They say that a new shield of his doth have special powers, so that now he's truly invincible. Well, I say if it is magical, then force him to not use it. Monitorians do not use magic weapons or armor. But no one can tell Luther anything. Well, we'll try. I think we might have found our shield that I've been looking for. Champion Knight. I can hardly speak of the Champion Knight without remembering Astrid's foul death at the hands of the goblins. I fear that there's none worthy to fill her shoes as Champion Knight, except perhaps thyself? I must believe that thou hast had thy share of conquest in thy time. Worthy. Monitor is not the town it once was. Our ancestors founded a settlement built on the principle of courage, but today greed and glory have corrupted our knights. Monitor needs a champion that is not only a leader on the battlefield, but someone who can stir their hearts and lead them back to what it means to be a knight. I wish a new champion knight would arise, one that can not only retrieve the helm of Monitor, but also right the wrongs in this town. Could that person be thee? I would like it to be so. Men. Why is it that woman must have a man? I've looked, and I have not yet found one for me. He must be tough, yet gentle with his woman, brave, but afraid to disappoint his mate. He must be devious enough to win many battles, yet fair enough to consider me his equal. Court. Dost thou find me beautiful? I admit I love the attention, but I have never found the right man for me. But I sense that thou art somehow different, my lord. Wouldst thou like to meet later? Yes! It was a long sail. It was a long trip to the Serpent Isle. Then meet me at the pub after we have closed in the wee hours before dawn. 'Tis the only time I can be alone with thee since I work so late. I cannot wait. Nice. Romance is in the air. Just settle for Luther. Well, I hope we can put an end to Luther here. Not an end. We want to continue to train with him, but maybe we can humble him. Now that I've lifted some weights and I got a cool wolf pelt. Oh yes, my terrible malady. That's going to make it difficult to win a fight. 7 hits. And hungry. Just me that's hungry. I'll eat a stack of pancakes. Look at the new knight. Thou dost certainly look fetching with thy tattoo. Ha! New shield. So thou hast heard of my new shield. No one hath ever seen the like of it before. It's so light, yet blows seem to bounce right off of it. Look, he doth have my missing shield. And that mystery shield we have must be his. What did he say? Return our shield. No, I will not. This is my shield, and it hath been mine since my father, a great knight of Monitor, passed it on to me. If thou dost call me a thief again, then thou art calling me a liar, and dishonouring the name of my father. If thou didst that, then I would have to challenge thee in combat in the list field. So if I were thee, I would think twice about speaking to me with such an insolent tone. You're a braggart, repulsive, and a bully. Lucilia said, What? She finds me repulsive. Thou dost lie. It's a filthy lie. I will have thine head on a pike for spreading such tales. That's it, goat. Meet me at the list field. There I shall ram the words down thy throat. Braggart? Braggart? Who art thou calling a braggart? Thou art a snivelling worm. That cold fish spectre must have coaxed thee into this. He hath been jealous of my manliness for many moons. He knows that women prefer me to him, and he schemes against me. Why, I should rip thine head off and feed it to the pigs. That's it. Meet me in the list field. Let's give him the last one. How darest thou call me a bully? That little whore Lydia must have put thee up to this. Holy. So thou and she are teaming up against me, eh? Spreading lies and rumors, poisoning my reputation. That's it, goat. But the found shield. No, that doth not look like my shield. I do not believe I have ever seen that shield before in my life. Besides, I have this new shield, which, by the way, is a family heirloom. Thank you very much. All right, come on. Let's go cut this guy down. Ah, I seem to be temporarily not poisoned. I guess it does come and go. Pikeman! What a fine-looking warrior. How might I be of service to thee? I need to fight? Oh, man. We were a little late in the day, I guess, to, yeah, a little late in the day to be, challenging Luther, it seems. Well, I suppose I could sleep until it's time. If this poison doesn't kill me. Thou needest a healer. Yeah. No way in the list field. Well, we'll go pass some time. Yeah, I suppose I need to speak to Lydia here. I'm all poisoned up. So thou hast discovered me. Yes, I poisoned thee, but I will not say at whose insistence it was done. There is no antidote, so thou canst look forward to a long and painful death. I spit upon thee, pawn of demon British. Thou hast poisoned Morgan for the sake of Lord British? Yes, fiend British. I hate that monster. He represents all that is evil. Thou canst take me to the dungeons without a fight. On guard! I spit upon thee, pawn of demon British. Bleh. I died. I think I caught Shamano's axe in the back of the head. Yeah, I really like that. I really like that they all hate British. I kind of hate British. He's a comrade, to be sure, but I wouldn't say we're friends. She came running out of the house last time. I don't really want to get her in the house because it's very close quarters. Poison dagger. It's a worthy weapon. And we have 45 monetary and some bandages. And this jewelry. Well, I got her back for giving me such a shitty tattoo. The necklace, I'm not sure if there's a point. Oh, I should take that bag off of her. And the knife, of course. Hell, now that she's dead, maybe I can loot the house? Move some objects around, make sure there's nothing underneath. You always gotta check underneath stuff in Ultima games. Very common place to hide good items. Sleeping powder. Well, I'll take those 2 items. A little bit of gold and some sleeping powder. We've got a house in Monetari now, or Monitor. Okay, well, I guess we'll head to the inn. And rest until the wee hours of the morning because we have an appointment to keep. Yeah, just stop in at the inn. Sleeping in the park. 7. Six hours? Let's go for 7 hours. Should put it about 2 or 3 in the morning. Arise, Morgan, 'tis time to continue the quest. Well, I saved before I did that because I wasn't sure if I was going to die from poison while sleeping. But we seem okay. It doesn't seem like this poison is going to kill me, which is good. They're going to give me poison for story reasons. It better not kill me. Alright, tavern. Thou dost look terrible. Do, do, do. I can see again. Who is it? Kaladin. Bok Choy, what's up? Yeah, we have contracted a pox from getting a face tattoo. Now we've come to keep our appointment with this fine lady. Ugh. Wench, get back here. Oh, darling, let us meet in my bedroom. I'm so sleepy. Begone, fool! I'm ready now. Come to bed, my love. I believe I need some fresh air. Oh! Hey! That was quite racy. Thou art the man of my dreams. I have never felt so fulfilled. What an experience. She got that poison out of me. As a sign of my appreciation and great affection for thee, please accept this as a gift. 'Tis my greatest possession. Guani cloaks are most rare and are worn by the goblins as a token of great bravery. My father slew the chieftain who once wore this cloak. Please wear it and remember me always. I'll remember you. Naked avatar. I'll remember you just like I remembered the gypsies outside of what was it? The City of Honor. I can't remember the name of it now. A Guani cloak. Look at me. Heroic! The the Zweihander stays on. Yeah. It's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah. I gave her a night to remember, and she gave me her most prized possession for it. Very cool. New cloak. White's not really my color. In fact, going into battle with a cloak on is kind of a stupid idea anyways. Where's my dudes? There we go. Shamino. YOLO. Where's Dupre? Join up with great pride. Wouldst thou enjoy some idle conversation, or shall I embrace my lute and provide a musical interlude? Well, we definitely need a musical interlude after that. I cannot think of anything to sing at the moment, my lord. Perhaps if thou just asked me later. Why'd you even offer then? Join. Alright, I'm not going to talk to her. You don't want to ruin a good thing. Gotta leave a little mystery to the whole experience. Right, Luther. Now, we need to go fight Luther. And I'm feeling charged. The Avatar has the power in him to beat Luther now. Lost 4 hit points. YOLO's hungry. I've lost 4 hit points. I'm hoping they refill me. Restock my hit points for the fight. Fish for YOLO. Let's see now. Luther! Fight.
If thou dost not return, Avatar, then thy lies shall have brought thee low.
Retro Gaming Denmark, thank you so much for the follow. My grandparents were from Denmark. I'd love to go one day. Yeah, I suppose the Avatar sprite does have a cape on, doesn't it? We'll go wolf. We'll stick with the wolf pelt. I don't know about wearing a gwiny cloak. however you say it. They're like, from what the manual was saying, they're practically human. So that's kind of messed up. I must go, yeah. I will, definitely, one day. Love to go to Denmark and Germany and Friesland. Been a while since I was on a good long trip. What time is it? Are we really so far off from this opening? 2 hours. I'll just, waste some time here. The Avatar goes where he goes, and he sleeps where he sleeps. Thou needest a healer. You'll soon see who shall need a healer, Shamano. And then it won't be me. Halberd for the range. Luther! This isn't gonna go my way, is it? Oh. Hey, I did beat him. I wouldn't have believed it. Thou didst beat me in a fair fight. Thou art a better man than I am, Morgan. Nice. I just needed a level and a halberd, and then I can take on 3 guys. Very good, he says, and returns your equipment. Oh boy, what are you guys doing in there? You're not supposed to be in there. Phew! I was worried they got stuck. The game does funny things with my equipment sometimes. Unequipping it all and putting it in my bag. Why is the lantern on? It's morning. 9:20 a.m. So how do we talk to him now then? He just walked in front of that guy's arrows. Luther! You owe me a shield! Oof. Alright. I guess we'll just have to kill some more time. He's in the field till noon. Anybody got any training points? No. Fair fight. Yeah, that definitely wasn't a fair fight, but that's okay. It was fair for them. You need at least 4 men to take on the Avatar. They really did me wrong here on my stats, though. Though I guess it'll make it so that I'll be able to use magic. I'll never have to put in any points into intelligence or magic. I should be able to just do just about everything by default with these stats, so it's not so bad. We don't want to touch filthy magic, but you never know when the game might force me to, or yeah, I might get into a situation where I just have to use it. He's not in the field anymore. They switched up the people in the field. We just gotta find Luther now. Yeah, alright. Check the tavern, I guess. Yeah. Sometimes he's getting sculpted by that artist. This poor girl. I'm sure I gave her something with all this poison I have. Rendezvous. The time's not right. I cannot see thee now. Another time, my love. Maybe she'll give me another heirloom. Luther, we've been looking for you. I would love to converse with thee, friend Avatar, but this is the hour when Andral sculpts my likeness. Get out of here. Welcome, Morgan. How may I be of service to thee? I'm a sculptor by trade. There's brisk business to be done in the city, fashioning busts and statues for the night. It says you can commission a statue from him. I already turned him down, and he gave me praise for being so humble. Thou mayest have noticed the various sculptures around the town. I craft many of them. 'Tis our custom to carve sculptures to commemorate the bravery of all of our finest heroes. Now that thou art a knight, thou canst live for the day when I shall sculpt a monument for thee. City of Warriors. I talked to him about all this stuff yesterday. Misunderstood. I have no friends. The knights tolerate me and value my services, but they do not share my interests. There once was a woman who cared for me, but we quarreled. She too hath art in her soul, but she hides her secret well. Lucilia would not pay the price that I have to be so alone. Do not weep for me, my friend. I am proud of who I am. So little time in this life, and 'twould be utter waste for one of my artistic abilities to engage in tools. Should I spend that hour in profitless combat solely to please my fellow knights? I think not. Instead, I could be crafting another masterpiece, so that my name will be known to future generations. This is true glory. Takes all types. Just hoping he'll get out of that chair here soon enough. Feel like I might be slowing down the process, standing in the way there. I need to talk to Harna and remind myself about where I get those roots to cure this poison. Let's go do that while we wait. Talk to Harna. If he's not done getting his sculpture by then we'll just take another nap in the streets. I wish there was an option to wait, not just sleep. Harna, how may I help thee now? Dost thou have need of healing, or dost thou wish to buy my vegetables? Varro leaves. These leaves are now scarce, as the varro grows only with abundant sunlight, and we have had clouded skies for many months. Go thou to see Delphinia, the horticulturist in Fawn. Perhaps she will have supplies. I think Fawn's just north of here. Kiki, what's up? It hasn't bothered me too much, but I haven't had to go outside of the city and fight yet. When I do that, this poison's going to be a real problem. Right now, I just want to get Dupre's shield back from Luther. He's gone. So that means he's probably training. He better be. I'm running around all over town looking for this guy. Luther, now that thou hast bested me on the field of battle, I am thy friend. What can I do for thee? Shield. So thou hast heard of my new shield. No one hath ever seen the like of it before. It's so light, yet blows seem to bounce off of it. Look, he doth have my missing shield. And that mystery shield we have must be his. What did he say? Return our shield. I shall certainly be sad to part with it, but if thou dost claim it, then I must give it to thee. Now I shall have to find myself another shield. But thou canst have this shield which we found. That's most gracious of thee. Yes, this is This is my shield, which so strangely disappeared during that storm. Many thanks for returning my shield to me, friend. Very good. He's quite friendly now that I kicked his ass. Yeah. No extra info there or anything. Courage. Been amazed at how little you've had to feed your party members. I haven't noticed it being any lower. These guys are always hungry. They're always bugging me. Bugging me just as much as before. I had to raid the banquet that the knights put out for me so I could have some food for these jokers. Better equip them up again. And, there you go. Equip them and feed them. He said he gave the Monitor shield back, but he didn't. Probably better than a buckler, though, eh? Yeah, why don't we put it on Shamino? Put one on Shamino and then I'll leave one behind. Just gonna drop off the extra shield. Okay, that's the mega cheese. So we'll keep that to the side for when we're just starving. Cheese and bread for YOLO. And cheese and bread for Shamino. And cheese and bread for Dupre. Give him an extra loaf. Very tasty. A hearty breakfast. Two of YOLO's loot. Yeah, I noticed some of the items in the magic storm at the beginning didn't go away. YOLO's loot was one of them. And then there was the magical leggings and magical boots. I don't know, maybe I was not supposed to lose those. So we're headed off to Fawn. Off to Fawn. On the road again. A skull. Thou needest a healer. Well, that's what we're trying to take care of. A night tower. Pikemen, this is the Bull Tower. Knave, state thy business or be gone. We have no time for idle chit-chat with goblins about. Fair enough. Well, that has 4 letters, so I'm going to assume it says to Fawn. I think some of the ruins I recognized. Oh! Ambushed! Put me back in monitor. Yeah, someone was mentioning before that when you die, the hourglass will bring you back to a random location. I don't know if it's random or not, but they definitely didn't spawn me where I was. Nah, that's not right. Where were we? Journey onward. I thought I saved it out on the road, but this must be the latest save. We've got the shield. We got the shield and Lydia's equipment. Semi-random depending where you die, yeah. Well, that would make sense because I don't imagine the game would want you to like pop up, you know, halfway across the Serpent Isle when you're just at the beginning of the game. Run! Oh, it's pre-food. There we go. Save it. Well, I'll save it at the crossroads. Going down to the crossroads. Yeah, that's why I died. 2 hits. Two hits. We're gonna have to sleep on the road then, I think. Or how much life they'll give me if I do 4 hours. Ten. Better than 2. Yeah, for sure. I totally understand that, Kiki. I'm not gonna be bullheaded about it, or I'll try not to be. I can be pretty stubborn, but no, it's more. I just didn't want to run all the way back here, and Jesus. Well, those 10 hit points didn't help much. I saved it right by the fight, though. Gotta get a drop on these guys. Jesus. I mean, it doesn't even matter if I do take the respawn or not right now. That fight is... There has been trouble of late here in Fawn. Well, there you go. That one put me right in front of Fawn. So, we'll take that. Here hath been trouble of late here in Fawn, and here comes part of it now. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this fella. He's got the Magnum mustache going. Oh, please, my lord, a favor. My name's Ruggs, and I'm a poor sailor whose visage offends the good people of Fawn, and I have been forbidden entry into the city. I've not heard from the lady I love since mine exile, and I can find no one willing to carry her word of my continuing devotion. Please, my lord, I beg thee, wouldst thou take this letter to her for me? Yeah, all right. Oh, I knew by the nobility of that face that thou wouldst take pity on a wretch such as myself. Take this to Delphinia, the herbalist. Thou mayest find her at the greenhouse. That is who we got to see anyways. So, Ruggs talked to the whose visage offends the good people. Ruggs found the right guy to help him. If thou shouldest bring a return message, I will introduce thee to my shipmates, Scots, who makes maps. Perhaps his cartography would be of aid to thee. It certainly would. If they gave me an in-game map, that would be nice. Be careful of that one. He's nothing but trouble. And you aren't? Masked bandit. Thou must state thy name and business before thou canst pass, my lord. A Morgan. Pleased to meet thee, Morgan. What is thy business here in Fawn? I'm merely visiting. Welcome to Fawn, then. Keep away from trouble whilst thou are there, or here. We have enough to worry about with storms, goblins, and fellowship troublemakers. Fellowship troublemakers? I should have not said that, my lord. Be assured that the captain is quick with the wand of detainment, sorry. Wand of detainment. The wand of detainment is a fine gift from the people of Moonshade. With the wand, the captain can capture any criminal. Keep that in mind if thou shouldst feel mischievous. Storms? They start without warning, my lord, so do not stray too far from shelter. Be warned, we have orders to close the gate during a storm. So if thou art caught outside the gate, thine only choice is the traveler's shelter. Goblins. Now that those savages have overtaken the pikeman tower, the gates must be closed at night. We cannot open them for anyone until morning, so have care if thou dost venture outside near dark. Let me pass. Let me pass. Got 21 hits. This is the Fiends. Just too weak. I gotta get this poison off, I guess, before I can get some fights in. Welcome, travelers, and be at ease. This rest house is open to all who walk in beauty. Feel free to take whatever food thou mayest need. As a courtesy to other travelers, please leave the rest of the house in the manner that thou didst find it. Oh, this is really cool. Huh, that's awesome. That's a fun detail. They closed the gates to the city during a storm, so people can rest here in this free lodging. Okay, well, let's throw all this in the sack. Pass it off to YOLO. It's a storm right now, so maybe the city's closed. Fighting is an Art by Johnson. It's a good book. I already have it. I am a lieutenant in Fawn's Guard. Thou must address me as such, my lord. I see. So all of Fawn's Guards have this roguish portrait. Thou shouldst address me by rank while I'm on duty, my lord. I am a private in Fawn's Guard. About your business, private. "'Tis a magic storm. Ah, look out. Run. I wish I were home. Look, Avatar, a lute. Praise beauty. Say there, thou with the lute, art thou a bard? That's a suave-looking fellow. Yes, I am, though as of late I do not feel the music within me. I beg of thee, canst thou indulge me for but one song? The sinister thunder dost linger in my ears. A few strums from thy strings may bring comfort to this sorrowful town. I'm truly sorry, but I do not think that I can help thee. Wait, sailor! I shall sing thee mine heart's one song. I fear that it's a sad one. It's a shame, a heart-sore shame, that I'm singing of my love in vain. For I have lost my lady, my love, and I will search for her, yes, search for her, even though all the stars above. Gwenno, canst thou hear me? Gwenno, my dear, take heart, for thy beloved Iolo is here. Now I need me a drink. Well done. Well done, Iolo. It's beautiful. One of Monitor's famed pikemen. I am Callista, priestess of beauty. What a pleasure to meet one who is brave as well as handsome. Got massive cleavage in the bottom of her portrait. White breastplate. Thou hast the armor of beauty. Oh, what a sign from the heavens! Return it to me. Perhaps the heavens shall once again smile upon Fawn. Okay. But what about thine own armor, Avatar? Oh, was that strange armor that appeared in my bedchamber thine? I cannot recall what I did with it. Perhaps I still have it. Perhaps thou wilt come by some evening, and I will look for it. I thank thee, my lord. Might be able to get our magical armor back. We must come by her bedchambers in the evening. Goblins, the very antithesis of beauty. Goblins are the base savages with no appreciation of beauty and no grasp of beauty's truth. Storms, another sign that the heavens are displeased with our associations with false prophets. We allowed corruption to enter our city, to visit the very heart of beauty. Some even encouraged its growth. Now we must pay for our transgressions. Once we have been brought low enough to see only beauty, the storms will stop, and Fawn will once again prosper. But while all traces of untrue beliefs linger, the punishment will remain. False prophets. Those who call themselves Britannians, the sailors that dwell outside the city gates to the northeast, are false prophets. We thought them poor, confused seamen worthy of our embrace, but we were fooled. All they brought were lies. The one they called Leon denounced beauty as mere shadow of the fellowship's truth, and then the storms come to smite those who utter such blasphemy. The storms will not end until the blight of the blasphemer's existence have been wiped from beauty's face. I would say that she feels rather strongly about this Avatar, but what she's proposing is to stop the storms seems a bit extreme. Medical Jumanji, thanks for the follow. Yeah, she's quite the zealot. Leon. Leon seeks to divert unsuspecting people from beauty's path. He's the one that hath brought the anger of the heavens down upon us. Lady Yalinda should have ordered him executed for the woes that he hath brought upon our city. Lady Yalinda, honor to her, is the ruler of Fawn. I recommended that she have these foreign blasphemers killed. Let their blood wash away the evil they have wrought. But Lady Yalinda is soft-hearted woman who doth not know the harshness of heaven's anger. I feel that the great captains urge her to leniency in favor of their common ties with the sea. Great captains. The great captains are advisors to Lady Yolinda. They ensure that Lady Yolinda is not overtaxed with the tedious daily problems of ruling the city. I don't know if that's Joth or Loth, and Garth allowed themselves to be swayed by feelings of kinship with these foreign sailors. Only Volden recognized their true danger. Now, Volden is truly what Fawn needs as an advisor. His record of service on the land and sea is impeccable. I fear it takes all of his expertise to explain most situations to his companions. Fawn would fare much better if Volden were Lady Yolinda's only advisor. What about Garth? Garth is no more than a boy. He blows with the wind of anything that catches his fancy, most notably young ladies. Garth is of little use in all but representing the interests of the merchant captains. Loth is a good man, but with a fine sense of what needs to be done to keep the fleets in good order. He is not, I fear, a good advisor when it comes to political matters. In fact, Zolith would be better in that respect. Zolith is Lady Yolinda's secretary. He schedules her audiences and acts as a messenger between the ladyship and the great captains. His official title is Chancellor, I believe. What's with the fellowship? Lies, lies, simplistic half-truths meant to snare the unwitting and twist beauty's truth. Yes, definitely I feel like Britannia's better off losing these guys. Way back in Ultima 1. How can any person tell heaven's will without benefit of the divine guidance? The deluded fools have not heard the voice of the oracle or felt the heaven's anger. Oracle. The oracle was commissioned by Lady Fawn many years ago as an instrument to speak the heaven's truth. The mages of old Sosaria labored for nearly a year before the task was done. The revealed wonder was the oracle. As priestess of beauty, I have the power to call forth a revelation from the oracle. In times past, before the storms began, people came from all around to hear the oracle's divine words. The revelations are truths of heaven filtered through a mouth of stone. It's a pity that thou wilt not hear a revelation. I have decided to close the rituals to all outsiders. We cannot be too careful after what happened with the false prophets. Beauty's truth. All things good possess an innate beauty that attracts all living things. To goblins, who are vile, ugly monsters, beauty is a lie. To Pomdergun, beauty is something to be exterminated, not cherished. We gotta deal with this Pomdergun guy, I'm sure. Pomdergun is the epitome of all repulsive things. He hath risen to unite the goblins against all things good and beautiful. The heavens have tired of our wandering from beauty's truth. They have sent Pomdragun to destroy those that fall short of the mark. Bye-bye. Lady had a lot to say. A moment, my lord. I am Delphinia, horticulturist and healer. Welcome, noble pikeman. Thy presence honors me. Vero leaves. Please, I need Vero leaves. Astral, what's up? Looks like you missed the end of Underworld 2. Now on to Ultima VII Part 2. Yep. Yeah, we beat it a couple of days ago. Of course, the highlight is up there if you wanted to catch up. Harna would not have sent thee if thou didst not have great need of the Varro leaves. I would help thee if I could, but my skills as a healer are limited. Take these leaves back to Harna quickly before thou dost worsen. Oh yeah, I got that letter for her too, but I wanted to read it. Dearest Delphinia, the enchanted afternoon when I first saw thy precious face, thou wert in full bloom of thy beauty, and I was blinded. I forgot everything, every one. I forgot all about Batlin standing next to me, and the regents we were supposed to purchase. That day I fell in love with thee, my Delphinia. But I fear thou wert blinded by my physical appearance as well. Alas, the scars that twist my face are not a pretty sight. Look beyond mine appearance, Delphinia. Let thy mind's eye see my soul. My mind is less deceitful than thine eyes, which only glance at the surface of things and people. If thou wilt but look, thou would see a hidden treasure, the hidden treasures of thy scarred rugs. For I am a good man. My heart is pure, and so is my mind. Delphinia, I beg thee, look at me, till I see thee again, rugs. Get back. 'Tis always a pleasure to see thee, Avatar. How may I be of service to thee? I don't believe I introduced myself as the Avatar to her. But here's this letter. A letter from Ruggs. Oh, I must see it. I am adrift. I am torn to my very soul, and I know not what to do. Thou must help me. Ruggs hath told me often of his love for me. In truth, 'twould be a lie if I were to say that I did not care for him, but he's so deformed, so ugly, that I know not what to think. All I have been taught tells me that Ruggs' features are the outward sign of an evil within, yet I can find no trace of it. If that's wrong, what else may also be false? I'm shaken to my very core, but I cannot deny mine heart. Wilt thou carry a letter back to Ruggs for me? Fine, I guess. There's no one else that I can trust in such a secret to. If there be a way, some day I will go to him. And she has the regular options of goblins and storms. I don't think we really need to ask everybody about goblins and storms. I wonder why she came in here. This doesn't look like an apothecary. Is this the guy that asked for a jam from YOLO? No, it's a guard. Stu, what's up? $10 p.m. and this place is a ghost town. Nobody in here. Probably just gonna have to rest until morning, I guess. This is a really interesting place, the layout. Shining white city on the water. I don't think I've seen any place like this in Ultima. I think Vesper from Ultima Online is kind of like this, maybe. But it's been a long time. I'm trying to sleep. Okay. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to sleep till morning. Seems like as good a place as any. Let's go for 9 hours. Let's sleep in a little bit. Fire sword for the never-ending torch. Yeah, that'd be nice. Rise and shine. Time to continue the quest. We're looking suitably barbaric. So this is the apothecary. Or at least this is where Delphinia was sleeping. Just trying to get my bearings, map it out in my head a little bit. It's a new city too. I suppose I should open the clue book and read what the clue book has to say about it. There's just empty damn houses everywhere. I feel like this place should be more lively. That's a guard. The spoiler book. I don't find the clue books are bad. I actually quite enjoy reading what it has to say about the towns. They usually give you more clues than spoilers. But if you dig deep and you go down into the meat of the book, they straight up have maps and locations for all the dungeons and stuff. I just ignore all that. I haven't found a single soul. Yeah, light sources didn't go out, right? They were permanent torches, I think. Scans for the portraits were made on a scanner that belonged to the marketing department. They couldn't get permission to use it, so they snuck in and used it without permission. Then they edited them to sepia tone, redrew them, and colored them. The portrait artist was colorblind, so someone had to come and check. That sounds like me. Anytime I do anything with color, I always have to get friends to check it. Make sure somebody's hair is brown instead of green. All right. Let me open up the clue book. It's going to give me a better idea of the layout of the town as well, so it'll help me not wander around aimlessly too much. Fawn. Yeah, it's pretty easy to just skim through, skip all the spoiler stuff, and just get to the interesting lore. That's why I like these clue books for Ultima, is because they're not just guides, they're also like... They're not just game guides, they're also lore guides a little bit as well. Really cool way of doing a guide, I think, keeping it all like in universe. Fawn. The first thing that struck me about Fawn was the beauty of its white stone houses, with their red tile roofs and neat gardens set against the backdrop of a sparkling blue sea. They make the town both picturesque and charming. I entered the city through the gatehouse and found myself in a lovely plaza. That's where we are right now. 2 young women were standing there, talking together. I approached them, introduced myself, and asked their names. One of them was Elisand, the town's weaver, telling me that she had recently become engaged to a sailor. She showed me her silver engagement ring. I admired its beauty and complimented her fiancé on his excellent taste. The other woman, Delphinia, was a herbalist. She served as apprentice to the town's healer. I explained to them that I was looking for information about Fawn, and they directed me to the Broken Oar, a tavern, where the great captains were meeting. The great captains, Delphinia explained, served as advisors to Lady Yolinda, the leader of Fawn. Their names was Joth, Garth, and Volden. When I entered the Broken Oar, I asked where the great captains were meeting. The barkeep was a surly old fellow named Jendon, who told me he was not just a barkeep, but the owner of the place, and demanded that I treat him as such. I apologized and explained that I meant no offense. He seemed appeased and offered me some ale. I accepted and was handed a mug of rather brackish-looking liquid. The taste was so foul as to bring tears to my eyes, so I set the glass down and asked where the great captains were. He directed me to 3 men sitting at a corner table. As I approached them, they interrupted their conversation and looked at me expectantly. I told them I was looking for information on their city. They took the time to tell me that their job was to deal with the day-to-day running of the city, so that their fair leader, Lady Yolinda, would not have to be bothered with such mundane matters. They also told me that Kailista served their city as priestess of beauty. That was the first lady we talked to. She gave us the lowdown and gave me directions to the temple so that I might meet with her. Although they were polite and helpful, their attitude was somewhat patronizing. When I arrived at the temple, I discovered the distinct impression that Callista was not overjoyed to see me. She told me of a device called the Oracle that was housed in the temple, fashioned by the ancient mages of Sosaria. It was made to discern between falsehood and truth. I found this quite interesting and asked if the Oracle would offer insight into Zenkan philosophy. At this, Callista curtly informed me that she had no time to deal with those who did not follow the way of beauty and bid me goodbye. I found her attitude peculiar and wondered if there wasn't more to this oracle than what the people of Fawn are being told. I made my way to the palace and asked for an audience with Lady Yolinda. A rather unsavory character named Zulith introduced herself as Lady Yolinda's advisor and asked my name and business. He noted this dutifully and scurried off. He returned rather quickly and told me that Lady Yolinda offered her greetings but could not be disturbed. He said I would have to come back another time. When I asked about a specific time, he shrugged his shoulders and said perhaps a week or more. I told him that my business was urgent and could not wait that long. He apologized but said his orders were express. Lady Yolinda was not to be disturbed. He then ushered me out the door again. As the door shut behind me, I had a distinct feeling that no matter how long I waited, I would never get to see Lady Yolinda. All the more unfortunate because I was told she possesses the key to Fawn's Serpent Gate under her throne room. Leaving the palace, I was almost run down by a handsome young man dressed in the uniform of town guard. He apologized and introduced himself as Jorvin. I guess by the stripes of his uniform, he was captain of the guard. He said he was on his way to deliver a message to Lady Yolinda. I told him that I had just been refused an audience with her. He said he was sorry I had to come so far only to be turned away, but Lady Yolinda hasn't been able to see me, then she must indeed be very busy. He then excused himself and hurried off into the palace. He seemed a most sincere and likable fellow. Those are the ones you gotta watch out for. Before I left the town, I decided to stop at a small provisioner's shop. There I met an odd fellow named Dellin. I brought several items from him, but through it all he seemed most distracted. When I asked him if there was anything wrong, he smiled sadly and assured me there was not, but I still think he was a most troubled man. All in all, I found the city of Fawn to be a beautiful place physically, but I'm not all that convinced that the beauty continues below the surface. We got the guest house. The gatehouse. The plaza. There's Dellen's shop. That must be Rug's camp. Palace is in the middle of the place, and the throne room right behind it. Temple of Beauty behind that. The Broken Oar is the big building on the west side. The Healer's Hall is beneath it. Oh, okay. And then there's the Royal Gardens, which we found, but... yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I thought that was the Healer's house there. Okay. That should be easy enough to remember. Most of these buildings are just houses. They don't have any significance, so... good. Ain't that the truth? Thou dost look terrible, Morgan. Alright, let's go for the bar. There's going to be a collection of people somewhere. It'll be the bar. Which would be this big building right here beside us. Speedrun time for this without debugs is 2 hours. That's pretty good. Wasn't it shorter for Ultima 7? I think the speedrun on Ultima 7 is like something ridiculous. 10, 15 minutes or something like that. We got a gypsy and Callista. Ah, this is the guy that asked us for the song earlier. I haven't been out of this here tavern all day. Find someone else to put the blame on the pikemen. My name's Olin, and I'm a fisherman by trade. Pikeman. I'm not so far gone in me cups as to not be able to see the mark that thou bearest on thy face. All the world knows thee for a pikeman. Thou dost not seem a bad sort of fellow. I'd be looking for a bit of drink and company, too, if I wert thou. I doubt that it'll be long before thou and thy companions lay siege to those vile goblins in the tower. Come lift a few with me, and I'll tell a few yarns to take your mind off of thy troubles. Yeah, tell me some yarns. I'd not be in thy shoes, good pikeman. Retaking that tower will be gruesome as the King of White Dragon's castle. King of the White Dragon. Long ago, when the mountains were young, this land was ruled by two rival kings. One of those kings was called the King of the White Dragon. The King of the White Dragon drove away his rival king, but he could not enjoy his victory, for the goblins were come. Hordes and hordes of goblins, and there weren't nothing the old King of the White Dragon could do to hold him back. Something snapped in that old man's head when he saw that he could never control the land. So the king planned a way for him to have control over everything at last. He summoned all of his folk for a big party and locked them in the castle. Then, one by one, he murdered them all, down to the last babe. And then, as dawn broke, he stood on the tower, all bloody, and called to the goblins that the King of the White Dragon had saved his people from their stew pots. They say he lives there still, feeding off any who pass by. One thing certain, the goblins don't go near that place to this very day. Quite the yarn. Fierce little monsters the goblins are, not long in the brain, but hard to handle in a fight. Pomdagon sends them in as waves until we're all so tired that we can hardly stand and fight. But still I'd rather deal with goblins than Guani. Thou hast never heard of the Guani? They're cousins to the goblins that live north beyond the frozen mountains. Guani make the goblins look like innocent children. 'Tis true, upon my sire's grave, I swear it, they'll eat their own as well as outsiders. If thou dost travel into the northern wastes, thou art risking ending thy life in the cook-pot of a fur-covered goblin. Yeah, with debug room under 2 minutes. And then, a bit less than a half hour. Yeah, those numbers are crazy, but, you know, after going through Blackgate, I can definitely understand. Getting the carpet would, like, speed you through a lot of stuff if you got it early. And, a bunch of the quests you can just skip through if you already, like, know what you're doing and where to go. Stew pots. Find all their secret caches, yeah. I wonder why there's so many. Like, if they didn't intend them to be found. Why the hell did they put so many cheat rooms in the games? Especially when a lot of them is just like walking into something from a particular angle. I think that's how I got into the cheat room in Blackgate. Was walking into a tree or something like that. Pomdergun. He's not like the other goblins, no. He's smart and clever. Almost makes me think he might be a demon of some sort, leading them to take over the world. Cook us all. If they can, they will. Here's the barkeep. Hey, he's got kind of a cool picture. The name's Jendon, my lord, proprietor of the Broken Oar. What can I do for thee this morning? Proprietor. I used to serve the sailors that spent their days drinking sea spray and their nights drinking ale. Not a pretty bunch, but they spent enough to keep a roof over my head. But since those cursed storms destroyed the fleet, there hath been precious little business. Used to have a lad that served the drinks for me. His mother cooked and I did the washing up. But Danysia became ill and died. The healers could do nothing, and young Rindor went to sea, never to return. A shame. Information. People. Townsfolk. Oh, that seems like a massive conversation chain. The sailors, these cursed wizard storms have destroyed all of our ships. Olin is the only sailor left alive in the city. Used to be a mate on one of the fishing ships, till it sank. Could say he's lucky, though he doth not think so. He does spend most of his time here drinking. I fear that he's a lost soul. He even refuses to go to the temple. Shopkeepers. Aside from me, there'll only be old Dellin the provisioner, and he be half crazy. Dellin hath not been quite right since his wife died, and the magister came to take away his infant child. His daughter, Alicent, looks after him these days. She doth make certain that he doth not wander away. Healers. Last one we had was killed by the goblins a few months ago. Closest thing we have now is the herbalist, Delphinia. Little slip of a woman, she's usually at her greenhouse or the healer's hall. But I say, that 'tis no duty for a woman. I know thou wouldst agree with me, mate. The priestess. Callista is the priestess of beauty. To her falls the duty of keeping Fawn on the path of beauty through these dark days. And that be a large job for such slender shoulders. Make no mistake. Town leaders. Well now, there be plenty of those here. Who dost thou wish to know about? Yolinda, Zulith, Jorvin, the great captains. How about Jorvin? Jorvin be the commander of the Fawn Guards. He's a fine, strong lad, and I think that he is sweet on the lady. I'll meet those leaders soon enough. How about strangers? The only visitors we've had of late are connected with the strange voyages from a distant land. First came the sailors and scholars, and lastly their leader. Who wouldst thou care to hear about? The leader. He arrived in the most unnatural way. The sailors had erected a great pillar made out of some blackish rock. Then in the night, blam! Lightning, explosions. The pillar is disintegrated, and this mage is standing there. Said his name was Batlin. Came to town asking about the demon artifacts hereabouts, bothering poor Dellin. Told him to go talk to others of his ilk, not badger and honest folk. Demon artifacts. Stay away from 'em myself, but thou canst not miss them. Have snakes carved all over them, left behind by the ancient inhabitants of this land. Horrible demonic folk. Legend claims that the lady keeps a demon shrine locked away in a secret room of her palace. Hard to believe, eh? Strange objects. Slippers. I cannot recall having seen any of the women in town with slippers like these. Thou mightest check with Dellen to see if he remembers who purchased these. Pumice. What a strange rock. Not from around here. Wouldn't be much good for building or for ballast. Go thou and ask Delphinia, though. She collects odd things that she calls reagents. Perhaps she might know what that is. I already did the shield. Fur cap. A nice cap, a bit small though, not something a fisherman would wear. Would blow off the ship. Ask thou Dellen if he hath seen a cap like this. He's the provisioner, he should know. How about this bloody moving hand? Sounds like the work of those horrible wizards from Moonshade. No respect for life. So basically we just need to talk to this Delvin dude about any of those items. Whoa, is that guy attacking me? Oh! Ah, damn it. I think it's been a minute since I saved, so we're just gonna have to live with that. Ah, that's annoying. Yeah, that's really annoying. Gonna have problems with those goblins on the road too. Yeah, right, I know. It's yeah. You die a lot easier in this one than I'm used to. Have to deal with those goblins. Damn it. Jorgath. Bokchagrak. Grok. Fellas, come back. Alright, we got him. Didn't die this time. I even have less armor on me than I did before. Oh, there's another one. Who are these guys? Just bandits? Yeah, it was something like that. I mean, the big part of it, I think, was just the fact I was able to stat myself in Black Gate, but this one they just gave me 18 strength and 18 dexterity and 25 intelligence. Because I'm always using magic. Hey, lockpicks. Quite a few of them. Dupre can take the booze, or I will. Beer. What? What got me there? I haven't died from my poison before, so what the heck happened? Is there somebody down here? Very strange. Is it? I thought that I was able to give myself stats in Blackgate. What is this fucking place for? Any secret doors? Guess there wouldn't be any secret doors up there on the tower walls. They go out to nothing. Yay! Nice. Oh, shit. Oh, nice. Lucky arrows. I already got a magic bow, but yeah, I'll definitely take those arrows and bolts. Always good to be thorough in these games. Yeah, and look for that brick. I didn't notice it, I was just clicking around, but yeah, secret doors have that sort of outstanding brick there. Well, we cleared that place out, looks like. Frustrating to play, I suppose. I've never really had much problem with them. I'd be lying if I didn't say they get frustrating from time to time, though. Let's go back to that inn and kill that sailor that was shooting me with a crossbow for no reason. Yeah, well, the combat's no different this time around. I definitely know what you mean. Like, it's not my favorite Ultima combat. I think 6 was the pinnacle so far, and that's a little sad to say because 6 had its problems as well. But I appreciate what they were trying to do with the combat with this game. Oh, man. Now that pisses me off. The sailor got away with it. He got away with it. Another Fellowship assassin, I guess. He's got gear down here. Don't want to just be robbing people, though. He's got this hidden chest back there. Secret doors or walls? Huh. I wonder how you get to it. I suppose I could have moved all the chairs and barrels around. I probably should have done that. A paladin? What are you doing here? Wait, come back. Hail, guardsman. Finally done, brave Monitorian. We had despaired when those vile goblins seized the tower. I'm Jorvin, captain of the guard. How may I be of service? So, those guys that I was fighting were goblins? Tower. When the goblins took the tower, we feared that Fawn would be crushed without the pikemen. 'Twas a horrible thought, trapped between the storms and the goblins with no escape. 'Twas certainly the bravest of Monitorians that led the assault to retake the tower. Wert thou there? Yeah, I did it, single-handedly. Oh, how I wish I could have been at thy side. My duty to Lady Yolinda is such that, even had we enough able-bodied men to attempt it, I could not leave her unprotected to undertake the task. I envy thee, my lord. Sounds like he should be living in Monitor. As obviously Martian Dreams had the best combat. It was very fun using guns. Having rifles and shotguns and stuff. And the killer cacti. The killer cacti of Mars. They were kind of like the ooze you fight sometimes. They just would multiply and multiply. Goblins, we had despaired of falling to their newfound unity, but we have hope again now that the tower hath been retaken. We expect bad weather being located on the water as we are, but these storms seem, evil somehow. Lightning that causes things to disappear. Not burnt to ashes, mind thee, completely gone. Lightning that takes something and leaves something else in its place. Thou must find shelter quickly when thou dost think a storm is approaching. Fellowship troublemakers. I see the guards are still spreading that gossip. Before these strange storms started, a ship came to our port bearing no resemblance to any ship we knew. Those aboard her told us that they had voyaged from old Sosaria. Though our seamen found this hard to believe, we accepted them. Leon began preaching about some strange notion called the Fellowship right before the storm started. Callista took this as a sign that the heavens were angry with us for allowing this foreign belief into the city. After seeking counsel with the great captains, Lady Yolinda regretfully banned the sailors and the passengers from the city. There was an assassin. I arrived too late to stop the culprit, my lord, I'm sorry. But everyone seems to agree that the person was not dressed as a citizen of Fawn. Some say that he was one of the sailors from outside the city, but that may be too hasty a decision. I'll look into it further. Thou hast my word. Well, I'm going to burn that camp to the ground now. Wand of Detainment. 'Tis the only thing the guards have performed correctly. We make no secret of the fact that I possess the Wand of Detainment. I find that the knowledge that I can stop even the greatest brute or the fastest thief doth do much to deter those who would cause mischief in our city. Monitorians. By the mark that thou dost wear on thy face, I judge thee as a Monitorian. Perhaps I am mistaken. Art thou from Monitor, my lord? No. Then thou must be brave indeed. Monitor has never before welcomed outsiders into the ranks of the pikemen. I am honored to meet thee. I am certain that Lady Yolinda will wish to receive thee formally once she knows that thou art in the city. I will see that thou art properly escorted when she doth wish to see thee. Lady Yolinda is the ruler of Fawn, and is most beautiful of all the women in the city. If thou seekest an audience with her, thou must speak with the Chancellor. Where's the Chancellor? His name is Exult. Thou mayest know him by his green robes of state. Thou canst not miss them. Thou canst most often see Exult either in the palace acting as Lady Yolinda's envoy to the great captains, or in the temple. He seems to be a fervent follower of beauty. And where's the temple? The temple is located beyond the palace. On the waterfront, 'tis dedicated to beauty, as is all of Fawn. For these many years the goblins fought amongst themselves, then us, raided the towns a time or two, but nothing truly serious. Now that they are all following one crafty goblin, always seems to outwit the soldiers sent to kill him. Alright, We'll leave him to his business. Ah! God. There's that assassin. Looks like I'm gonna get my chance at redemption. Vengeance! Vengeance! Oh my God! Coward! Hiding behind his crossbow. My death only delays the inevitable, Avatar. Batlin will soon have more power than thou canst dream of, and my reward will be sure. Magical bolts. I think the fool used a bunch of his magical arrows on him. Should I really be taking shelter when these storms happen? Like, if I get hit by that lightning, is it going to screw up my inventory again? Let's check out the palace. Yeah, well, perchance he actually did get me. I can't lie, he did succeed. Luckily, I have the hourglass of never die. It's a guard. Is this Yolinda? I thought I wasn't allowed in here until I was, you know, able to get an audience. The poison doing most of the work. You're probably right about that. Oh, man. I'm such a fool. When I died and it warped me back into Monitor, I should have used that opportunity to heal the poison. I have the Vero leaves. Yeah. Oh, well. I'm not walking all the way back there right now. Okay, this is the locked up palace. I thought that was the temple. I beat. How's it going, man? Long time. Good to see yous. Just wandering around this city of beauty looking for the Chancellor so we can get an audience with battle xylophone. Yeah! Yeah! After Underworld, once I hear the xylophone, I just gotta start swinging. Yeah, trying to find the Chancellor so we can get an audience with the Queen, but then I just walked in the throne room anyways, so... I don't know. Maybe we don't gotta find the Chancellor. Working a ton, yeah. Well, that's usually a good thing. Good to hear. Man, the city is so dead. Like, I swear the people gather in 2 places in this whole town. Alright, let's talk to her. She's new. I think this might be Lady Yolinda. Stop. Speak to us, wench. Greetings, my lady. Greetings, my lord. So, okay, well, I guess I do need an audience to be able to speak with her. I can say hi. But that's it. Nice. Beautiful naked woman tapestry. So this is the palace proper? Yeah. Oh, that's a nice song. do 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 do. Ultima. They're all just guards. It's the only people that live here is guards. Another goddamn guard. It's only guards here, yet they won't clear the goblins out of their own tower. Ah, yes, the beauty of taxidermy. The guards guarding guards. Oh, hey. It's a kitchen. We'll have to try making bread sometime. The jail. Look at this guy putting his magic bow in his hand. No, 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 no. I don't want you using that until we have a stockpile of arrows we can use. He had a throwing axe, didn't he? What'd you do with your throwing axe, Shamino? You probably chucked it at those goblins and I forgot to pick it up. Who's this? New person. Wait. No, it's Telfinia. No idea if I could get thrown in the jail or not. If I see some good stuff to nab, we'll try it. Arf! The Crying Lute by Gant. The lute in mine hands, as I softly strum, cries, for it knows the hollow man I've become. Of my tragedy, of my sorrow, of my lonely despair, only my lute listens, alone, only it cares. Though I am a knight, and mine emotions I hide, I still feel the soul-eating darkness inside. I'm a man of armor and a man of the sword, but the blackness I feel I cannot word. The green swine came, silent coward attacks, with bow and arrow, with sword and axe. They came for our blood, for our flesh to eat. We hacked them to death, our blades flaying their meat. Though I have loved her, she still left this life, her pale white skin pierced by a goblin's bloody knife. But I'm left here, an empty shell of a man. I cannot speak, the sorrow is more than I can stand. Others drink themselves blind, but I cannot partake. The others celebrate, but the smiles I can't fake. I will sit here by the fire and softly strum. Only my lute knows the hollow man I've finally become. Bah! It's fucking poison. I don't know why the poison is killing me now. It didn't seem to hurt me before. Like it hurt me, but it didn't kill me. Is what I mean to say. God, where the hell is everybody? Locked. Some sort of ship makers, I guess. As empty as every other house. I'm surprised they won't let me into this temple, but they let me into the palace. I think that's it. I think I did a full circle and looked in every house in this place. I could only find the same, like, 3 people that I saw when I first arrived. I obviously need to talk to this Chancellor before I can continue progress in the story. I can't find this fool anywhere. Hey, there's a bunch of people. Oh my god. They built this place stupid. They made this massive city, put like 5 residents in, and then made them all pile up into a small corner in the city. Jorvin, we've talked to him. There's a captain. Welcome to Fawn, noble pikeman. We are honored to be by thy presence. I am great Captain Garth. Call me Garth. Nothing to say to him. There's the priestess. Welcome to Fawn. I'm great Captain Joth. Thou can call me Joth. 'Tis always a pleasure to meet a pikeman. Nothing to say to him either, just storms and gobs. Oh, what's the tavern keeper doing eating at the palace? Welcome, good pikeman. Thy presence honors us. I am great Captain Volden. What a pleasure to meet one of the illustrious Monitorian knights. I am Zulith, the Chancellor of Fawn. How might I assist thee, my lord? Chancellor. I serve as an envoy for the Lady Yolinda to the great captains. I oversee all the minor details that should not worry her ladyship. I also exchange various forms of money. If thou dost wish an audience with her, I can examine her schedule. I do want an audience. Lady Yolinda doth receive visitors and petitions every morning. Let us see. She could receive thee sometime next week. Perhaps if I intercede for thee, thou mightest be received earlier. I shall see what I can arrange. She's the ruler of Fawn and all its environs. All who honor beauty honor Yolinda. She's a wise and compassionate leader. Everyone doth love her. Her beauty is only rivaled by that of Callista. Callista is the priestess of beauty. Yolinda is the embodiment of all of Fawn itself. Because Callista presides over the oracle, she is the personification of beauty. Many people believe that the mages of Old Cesaria created the oracle. I do not believe such. I have stood alone in the temple gazing at it, and I will tell thee that it is a living being trapped there in that statue. Those mages did not create a magical item. They summoned some beautiful spirit and trapped it there. Temple. I often go there when the day hath been difficult. 'Tis directly behind their palace. The palace. 'Tis so quiet and peaceful except before a revelation. Yes, revelations are quite exciting, a message from the heavens, or at least that poor trapped spirit. Often 'tis only thing many people have to give them hope in these troubled times. Well, I don't trust him. I don't trust he's gonna get me my audience. Jorvin Jendon. Hey. Okay, so I got my audience now because I talked to him. Dolly Parton. Got an audience with Dolly Parton. Welcome to the City of Beauty. I am Lady Yolinda, ruler of Fawn. Our city was named after the beautiful ruler who commissioned the oracle. Thou hast never heard of the Oracle of Beauty. Thou shouldst speak with Callista at the temple. She is the most beautiful woman in town, aside from myself, of course. She is the priestess of beauty. Thou canst find her at the temple. 'Tis the largest building in the city except for my palace. Beauty. We revere and protect all beautiful things here in Fawn. Everyone is dedicated to the truths of beauty. Forgive me, I thought I had already introduced myself. I'm Lady Yolinda. Goblins? Oh, horrible, vile creatures. They have killed all the pikemen that were guarding the road to our beautiful city. Whatever shall we do now? Wonderful people. They hail from Monitor. They keep the road safe. 'Tis south of here. I do not associate with them. They're too warlike. The great captains deal with them for me. Yes, Joth, Garth, and Volden. They are my most trusted advisors, aside for the Chancellor, of course. They handle all the horrible little details of running the city. I would be lost without them, 'tis certain. Zulith is a dear little man. He absolutely dotes on me, I fear. He simply would not have a life if he were not looking after me. Jesus. What a lady. He keeps all the paperwork for me and schedules mine audiences. Quite a mouse of a man, though. What do you think about the storms? Quite a nuisance, actually. The Oracle says the storms are a result of permitting the heretics within the city gates. Odd that they did not stop after the heretics were banished from the city. I shall have to consult Callista. Heretics. Those filthy sailors camped outside the city gates have no regard whatsoever for beauty. They preach some ridiculous notion about brotherhood or some such. They and their passengers arrived shortly before the storms began. There was a portly mage named Batlin and a lovely lady named Gwenno. Yeah, tell us about Gwenno. She was interested in folk tales, I believe. I'm afraid I could not help her. My last bard was transformed into a fox during a storm and ran away. Batlin, a disagreeable fellow, traveled with some very rough sorts. He was seeking demon artifacts, I believe. Thou mayest find them throughout the land. They are of little interest, not beautiful at all. Well, the rumor is she has a demon shrine in her palace. I'm on duty, my lord. Thou mayest address me as corporal. I didn't talk to him. I didn't touch him. Jorvin, Jendon, and the three captains that had nothing useful to say. I am kind of curious why the innkeeper is there. Thou dost honor us with thy presence, Morgan. Well, that didn't really help me progress too much. Maybe I need to visit the sailor camp. Pumice. Why, that is pumice, my lord. 'Tis very unusual to see any here in Fawn. There is no volcanic activity anywhere. The only place that such a rock could have come from that I know of is somewhere beyond Moonshade. Oh, who's that? That's somebody new. Excuse me, sir. I do not recall seeing thy face among the Fawn Tower garrison. Have I met thee? I regret I cannot remember. I'm Dellin, Fawn's provisioner. Forgive me if thou dost already know me. How may I serve thee, noble pikeman? Know anything about this fur cap? It's a nice fur cap, my lord. If thou dost wish more, I fear thou will have to venture to Monitor itself, though I have forgotten the maker's name at this time. I've not had supply wagon bring arms or furs in a score of days. 'Tis the storms. So the fur hat was made in Monitor. I'll have to take it to the furrier and ask her about it, I guess. There was no option before, so maybe talking to him unlocked that. This guy's got a good face. Fine slippers, though well worn, not something that thou wouldst find here, my lord. Such frail things would be quickly ruined by the cold and wet here in Fawn, just like my poor Alicia. Oh, she was a true beauty, I tell thee, soft golden hair and the brightest eyes that thou hast seen. Though she came from Moonshade, no one had cause to fear her. She had not a drop of magic, other than her smile. Our friend Iolo shares thy grief, my lord. His wife is lost somewhere in these lands. For thy sake, I hope that she doth live, stranger Iolo. If Gwenno were lost from me forever, perhaps I too would be a little confused. Condolences to thee, Dellen, and apologies if we have been unfeeling. They say that I shall feel better soon, but I do not believe it. Battle Hamster, hey, how's it going, man? Good to see yous. Moonshade is where my wife was from. She was the most patient of women. Moonshade is ruled by the mages. To them, if thou art not a mage, thou art nothing. Just like Monitor with the knights. The mages shed no tears when mine Alyssa left the town. She was nothing in their eyes, but everything in mine. Now that probably means when I get to Moonshade, I'm going to have to prove myself as some great mage. I'll have to fake it. Yes, many mustaches in this game. Some good Magnum-style caterpillars, face caterpillars. And some not-so-glorious pencil mustaches. Well, I was really appreciating this city to begin with. Now I'm kind of sick of it. It's just empty. It's empty and a struggle to find all the people I'm trying to talk to. There's Dellen. I don't know how he got here. Well, maybe I have talked to everybody, but no, she's new. Came in through the back door here. Hello? 'Tis always an honor to serve pikemen. I'm Elysian, daughter of Dellen. I'm the weaver by trade. Goblins and storms. If that's all we got to talk about, you're not the person I need to speak to. Yes, I know I look terrible. I was born that way. Yeah, still poisoned. Well, I've just been in Fawn, so I thought I'd do whatever it was that I'm supposed to do here, but what that is a little unclear at the moment. Yeah, this lockdown shrines of no help. A lot to do in Fawn, eh? Yeah. I just need to get the right trigger. I feel like I've talked to everybody, but nobody's really given me a quest here yet. The High Priestess was going to give me back my magic armor, but I was supposed to visit the shrine at night and speak to her, and I can't get in the shrine, so... Who's this? We don't need to speak to her. That's the one person we have talked to a whole bunch. I do have a letter that I need to send to the Sailor Rug. Maybe now that it's night, I can catch them while they're sleeping in their house. Oh, get some lock picks and Filari. Just rob this person's house. Lord British's tyrannical adventure. Lord British was a monarch who was haughty and vain, and especially proud of his despotic reign. But conceit of this sort isn't proper at all, and soon the old tyrant was doomed for a fall. One day, as he viewed his subjects from on high, a voluptuous young wench caught his tired old eye. It's Nell, bending over to see that oversexed goat. Let his gold crown slip and fall into the moat. With a cry of sheer terror, he jumped like a fool. He rushed to his ditch. It reeked like a cesspool. He leaped in kersplash and sank like a stone. Everyone hoped for a new heir to the throne. But alas, he came up and staggered from the sewer. His robes smelled of offal, his breath like manure. Why did I do that? What possessed me today? I'm as daft as old YOLO, and now I smell like Dupre. If anyone sees me, oh, what a disgrace. I had better leave if I want to save face. But a crowd has assembled and stared amazed. The sight confused them, the stench left them dazed. Then with a shriek, a young boy began to laugh, giggling and pointing at the king's fecal bath. Becoming enraged, the monarch suddenly turned wild. He looked like he wanted to strangle the child. His hand turned to fist. He struck lightning fast. But the old poop missed and fell on his ass. Not holding back, the crown soon roared. The laughter was deafening. It grew till it soared. But the king found no humor and called for his men. The arrival of the guard quickly silenced the din. For all you who found humor in my sorrow and misfortune will soon find the rock and pain and contortion. Then I will cackle as you stew and boil in a pot full of lard and bubbling oil. And for those who survive this, they'd life or be dead. I'll pluck out their eyes and chop off their head. Finally in the wind their bodies will swing. Then you fools will be sorry for laughing at this king. Then we were all led away at the point of the sword, while old Lord Brit took a dip in the ford. Then he laughed at the cries that screamed through the night. He chuckled in their anguish as he cackled at their plight. In Britannia today no one openly tells this tale, lest they find themselves thrown in tyrant's darkest jail. But here in our new homeland this song can be sung, the tale of how British acquired his faint smell of dung. Well written. We'll keep that one. I suppose if I'm going to take the book, I should take everything. Magic orb. Everything of use, anyways. My party members don't seem to care about stealing like they used to. They've gotten used to it. I've desensitized them to the more nuanced aspects of virtue. Yeah, definitely a souvenir to bring back to Lord British. Oh, you want to know what the people of the Serpent Isle was like? Read this book. Might as well drink this ale. No. It's too far for the Avatar. He's not gonna drink someone else's beer. Hubert's hair-raising adventure. Is that the one with the... that's his favorite book, right? The Lion or something? Yeah, I have gone to a healer. They just said that I have a particular malady, a pox of evil that can't be removed by regular means. I need to get the Vero leaves, which I do have now, and take them back to Monitor, where Harna, the healer, can use them to cure the poison. Oh, come on, get down the damn stairs. Yeah, they made the city way too big. Joss. Hey, he's got a parrot. I know where the treasure is. Where's the mallet? Where's the mallet to hit him with and get the treasure location? Volden. Yeah, there's the poison. Okay. I'm gonna take this opportunity to feed my cat and feed myself here a little bit, and I'll be back in about 5 short minutes. All right. See you guys in a bit. I'm back. Alrighty. Let's see if we can't figure this out. Okay, so the town is not happening at the moment, it seems. So let's do a detour and deliver the letter to Rug. Maybe do the citizens of Fauna a favor and wipe out this fellowship camp for them. Come in the dead of night. Thank you, Foamed. Thank you. Get up. What are thou doing here? Good, a new face. I'm Scots, a geographer. Sorry. Perhaps thou wouldst share tales of other places with me, so I might add detail to my maps. Tales? What good is a geographer if he cannot explore and map the lands he finds? The storms keep me and my shipmates from taking to the sea. I ask all those who come to me for tales of distant places. There may be some truth in the telling, and I add what I can to my maps, as Gwenno suggested. Gwenno? You know Gwenno? She contacted me back in Britannia with an opportunity to explore a new land. Naturally, I accepted. She was to transport some sort of obelisk here for the Fellowship, and then she was free to explore and collect all the tales she wished. Fellowship. I can tell thee that it digresses from the virtues that Lord British set forth, but it makes sense. Talk to Leon, he's far more eloquent than I on the subject. Yeah, none of these people know what happened in Britannia in the events of the Black Gate. Obelisk. It was an abominably heavy, quite a chore to move on land. Then one day after we had it safely on the shore, and Gwenno had already headed inland, there was a huge explosion. When I could see again, there stood Batlin, and the obelisk was shattered all over the ground. He seemed most upset at the time he arrived, though I suspect that it was merely a result of the disorientation from the teleportation storm that brought him here. He took several members of the crew with him and then headed inland. He was looking for some black rock artifact. Mayhap it doth have some connection to the obelisk, I don't know. Black rock artifact. I remember that he mentioned it was fashioned in the likeness of a snake, but that's all. Thou mightest ask Delphinia, the herbalist. I know he talked to her. Damn, Delphinia again. She's a herbalist in the city that hath been doing the healer's work ever since the goblins killed the last healer. Thou shouldst ask Ruggs if thou wishest to know more. They spent quite a bit of time together before we were cast out of the city. Yeah, where's Ruggs? Thou wouldst know him if thou had seen him. Why, what he lacks in handsomeness he makes up for in the goodness of his heart. He cares deeply for Delphinia. But Delphinia is a superstitious woman and fears Ruggs' deformities are the result of some curse. 'Tis a sadness. They would make a fine couple. Leon. Thou hast not met Leon yet? Thou hast only looked for the crowd of people. Thou wilt find him in the center of it all, no doubt. Leon is a very charismatic fellowship follower. He speaks their beliefs fairly, to be sure. Hath drawn many of the folk from town. I'll wager that's why the priestesses had us banned from entering the city. Callista is as beautiful as the day is long, but with the soul of a viper. I wouldn't trust her if I were thee. She's plotting something with the Chancellor, I'll wager. Little worm named Zulith, Lady Yolinda's shadow, leads her around by the hand all the time. If thou seekest an audience with the lady, thou must first speak to Zulith. I saw Callista speaking with Zulith the day before the sailors were banned from the city. She was afraid that Leon was stealing her followers, and Zulith, the power-hungry toad that he is, saw to it that her wishes became law. 'Tis the great captains and the chancellor that run things in Fawn, I'm afraid. There are 3 of them, Joth, Garth, and Volden. Make a great show of honoring beauty, but they honor money and power more. Yolinda consults them and Zulith about everything, even the dinner menu, I'll warrant. And with Callista whispering in Zulith's ear, thou hast best count her as one of the powers of Fawn as well. How about them maps? Lord British once said that I was the finest map maker in all Britannia. I take great care of my work. Since I have explored very little of the continent, I fear that my map is less than accurate. I would be honored if thou wouldst accept a copy of my map. Perhaps it would aid thee in thy quest. Thanks for the assistance. I look terrible. Hey, it's Ruggs. Ruggs, get your sorry ass up. 'Tis always a pleasure to see another Britannian in Fawn, Avatar. How may I serve thee today? Here's your letter. Oh, blessings are upon thee, my lord. I didn't read her letter. I should have read her letter. Delphinia knows of my love, though she's unsure of her feelings for me. As long as she hath not rejected me out of hand, I will be content to wait. Thy good deed hath given me reason to live. As promised, I will send thee to my shipmate Scots. Well, I already talked to Scots. He's a fine fellow, though he often seems a bit distracted. He's a cartographer. Perhaps his maps will aid thee, though they are not as accurate as he wishes. Thou mayest find them somewhere within our camp. Not as accurate. Since we dare not stray too far from the shelter, Scots cannot explore and map. He hath worked from existing maps that he received from the Fawn fishermen, so he's only sure of the accuracy of the coastline. Scots often complains that we cannot even explore by ship. None of us are happy to be stranded here. Begone, fool. Oh, he is deformed, yeah. Yeah, poor Ruggs. See if he's got something new to say. Fellowship members get no sleep. And that's what they're living off of. This is their boss. At last, the values of the Fellowship have reached into the ranks of the pikemen. I'm honored. Let me just pour my beer here. I am Leon, Speaker of the Fellowship and former farmer. Well, the virtues that Lord British expounded were all very well and good. Look at this guy. He's a Fellowship member if ever I saw one. They are nearly impossible for ordinary people to achieve. Simple people need a simple philosophy. The triad of inner strength is the answer. Well, he better not give me any guff while I'm out here in the fields. His buddies are sleeping. I could just kill him right now. No one would ever even know. The Fellowship is a wonderful organization that's open to all the people of Britannia. I have learned so much through studying its philosophy, and it hath helped me to live my life to the fullest. Through the Fellowship, I am able to achieve what I have set out to do in life, and I'm a better person for having joined. He's going to give me the spiel. The triad of inner strength is based on 3 basic principles that all people can grasp. The first is unity, the next is trust, and the last is worthiness. I remember all of them. Surely thou must know the importance of learning to cooperate and work together. If we seek to live in harmony with one another, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. One rock doth not make a wall, but many rocks can, with a common purpose. Trust. The main stumbling block to unity lies in the lack of trust. If thou dost trust thy brother, thou wouldst not live in fear. Without fear our lives are happier, and unity may grow and thrive. Worthiness. How wouldst thou feel if all that thou hadst strived for were given to a man who had done nothing to deserve it? I'll wager that thou wouldst feel the injustice. If everyone strives to be worthy of that which they seek, such injustices would be few. Let every person be rewarded according to their merits, and trust and unity will follow naturally. Following the triad of inner strength allows one to become attuned to the inner voice. Yes, that good old inner voice. Poor, poor Avatar. The inner voice is within all living beings. Yes, yeah, definitely. They are. They are the Fellowship. These guys are straight from Britannia. It flows from pure instinct and contains all the wisdom and irreproachable logic that anyone would ever need to live peacefully and happily. If everyone learned to listen to their inner voice, I could return to Britannia and farm contently for the rest of my life. The Fellowship advances the philosophy of sanguine cognition, a way to apply a confident order of thought to one's life, through what is called the triad of inner strength. The triad is simply three basic principles that, when applied in unison, enable one to be more creative, satisfied, and successful in life. They are, yes, the triad. It's not a pyramid scheme at all. Successful in life, they are strive for unity, trust thy brother, and worthiness precedes reward. Strive for unity basically means that people should cooperate. Trust thy brother implies that we're all the same. Worthiness precedes reward, suggests that we must each strive to be worthy. Dost thou want to join? No. Oh well, perhaps thou canst become enlightened another time. These guys are a little more easygoing than the fellows in Britain. Sorry, Britannia. What'd you think about the goblins? Without the fine aid of thee and thy Monitorian comrades, these poor sailors and I would have been lost long ago. Callista refused us the safety of the city walls, even when the tower fell to the barbaric goblins. I never thought that I would rue the day that another intelligent being learned of the truths of the Fellowship. But we would be doing far better if the goblins had not found unity under the leadership of Pomdirgun. Oh, they were acting as missionaries to the goblins and made them tougher. He hath but lately declared himself chief of all goblins. Where once they could be discouraged by a mere presence of armed resistance, they are now bold and organized. They no longer flee, but stay and fight. Callista. She's the priestess of beauty, the cult that controls Fawn. Callista presides over the oracle, which never varies in supporting her views. One might suspect that Callista uses the oracle to increase her own personal power, but I have no idea how such a thing would be accomplished. How about them storms? The storms at sea cannot compare to these unnatural occurrences. Their very existence say that we are in a land so far from the natural order of things that even the skies lash out at us. Batlin was right. We cannot hope to survive if unity is not brought to this place. Batlin. Thou knowest Batlin? Yes. What canst thou tell us of home? What news of his noble cause? All is well. It hath been disbanded. This is unthinkable. Surely there had been some mistake. There's nothing evil in our principles. They're meant for all, without regard for station or birth. Batlin must be told of this. If he returns to Britannia to explain to Lord British, I'm sure that everything will be settled. Perhaps our good name was degraded by those wishing to stop our ministering, but that shows a lack of trust. I must mediate on this. Mine inner voice will no doubt provide an answer for such horrible news. Yeah, it'll say, kill the Avatar. That's what your inner voice is going to say. There's the Black Rock Obelisk. The one that brought Batlin over. Well, maybe we'll just use this traveler's shack and rest till morning. 8 hours. Arise, Morgan. Time to continue thy quest. How's that tower doing? Oh, yeah, cool. I was gonna say, the villagers made it sound like pikemen came back to the tower. The protectors of the Serpent Isle are back. Wait, I want to talk to you. Why dost thou interrupt? I am a pikeman of Monitor. I must return to my duties, lest the goblin horde take us. Farewell. Still a mess in here. Just wondering if maybe they cleaned it up. I guess I didn't go in this building. Well, I did. I did go in this building, but the shopkeepers weren't there when I did. Dellen. Do not recall seeing thy face among the Fawn Tower garrison. Have I met thee? I regret, I cannot remember. You have met me. I asked him about the fur cap and the slippers, but... Storms, the storms, oh yes, they're very interesting to watch, though my daughter will not allow me to go outside where I can see better. So many pretty colors and such unusual results. Results? Results of what? What are we talking about? Now I remember the storms. There are 2 reasons these storms are fun to watch. Sometimes 'tis flash, and something thou wert standing across from is gone. But sometimes it's flash, and something thou wert watching is a big orange pumpkin. I like the last one best. 'Tis fun to guess what will be there after the flash. Sounds like he doth have a sense of humor, like thine, YOLO. 'Tis such an incredible sight. Ho, ho, he. 'Tis not very funny if what was hit was a person. Speaking from personal experience, Shamino. Colors. Oh yes, thou shouldst watch one of these storms sometime. The lightning is all different colors. Of course, if thou strayest too far out to watch, thou mayest not enjoy it too much. Daughter, thou hast met my daughter. I had forgotten, I'm sorry. Alicent is very pretty, but she worries too much about me. She doth not believe that I'd be all right without her. Alicent is around somewhere, or at least she was. She never leaves me alone for long. She hovers over me quite a bit since Keth disappeared. Alicent is my daughter. Didst thou know? Who's Keth? Hast thou seen Keth? If so, thou shouldst tell him that Alicent still doth have the engagement ring. Or did have it. I think she said something about losing it. 'Tis not right to say that thou wilt marry someone and then not return. Engagement ring. I do have a ring. In the transported goods. Keth was passing proud of that ring. He ordered it specifically from someone in Moonshade. Mine Alyssa was from Moonshade. Oh, my poor Alyssa. She's gone. Art thou daft, old man? Alyssa, dear, sweet Alyssa. Be gentle with him. I fear he's a bit confused. I'm sorry, very sorry, my lord. I still mourn the loss of my wife. Now, didst thou ask about Alyssand ring? I would call her and ask her to show it to thee, but Alyssand lost her ring not long ago. Why, it certainly doth look like it. Alyssand will be so happy. I would reward thee for returning it to her, my lord, but a storm stripped me of my cash box, all of my funds the other day. I went to open my shop the next morning, and there was a bundle of food in place of the Falari Alyssand had put there the night before. That's what happened to our food. Yeah, I got some Falari. I'd forgotten that thou wert from Monitor, my lord. Falari are Fawn's currency, a small silver disc with a colored gem in the center. Yes, those are Falari. That is as much as the storm took from me. These must be his coins then, Avatar. I would accept thy money if thou dost wish to purchase something. Oh, what do we need? I could get a fishing pole. I think I saw some in the city I could just take, though. Fur boots. Fur boots probably not better than leather. Let's get some bolts. Thou wilt need bolts for the crossbow. Let me think. That'll be 75 Falari for 20 bolts. Is the price acceptable? Let's haggle a little bit. What did you say, 75? Let's try 50. I'm not certain. Dost thou like the sound of 67? Yeah, sure, okay. A blessing upon thee, my lord. We've agreed on a price of 67 Falari, my lord. Yes. How many crossbow bolts in bundles of 20 wouldst thou like? 1? I'm certain that thou wilt enjoy thy purchase, my lord. Dost thou desire another purchase? No. Not return. Kiki, what's up? Hegel with his own money, yeah. And some of his neighbor's money. I've nabbed a few Falari here and there. Of course, Keth hath not returned. He would have come to see Alyssa the moment he set foot on shore. No one hath seen him or his crewmates since one of those storms. All right. That's another item off the list. I didn't get my meat back, though. Where's Alyssand? I've got to give her back her ring. Oh, hidden stairs. There's a lever right there. What? Come on now. Okay. See what else we got going on in here. Mm-hmm. Fishnet stockings. We'll leave those behind. Couple of bandages could be useful though. Nice, another lever. This guy's got quite the cellar. Hey, ultra cheeses. Ultimate cheese. Come on. Can't use the bucket? Huh. Normally you can use buckets on wells. Brr. So what did that lever open up? Something on the first floor? Yeah. Yeah, well, I'll take a fishing rod. I was just thinking about buying one. Faunish ale. That's the gross stuff. Torches. Some kitchen supplies. Couple of pairs of heavy gauntlets. Bunch of bandages. Any pathways in the walls between the shelves or anything? I didn't notice these boxes down on the underneath the shelves. Throwing axe for Chamino. Replace the one he lost. What's that? Got a bag there. With some fishnet stockings. 50 Filari. Can get back some of that money I just spent. Invisibility ring. Those can be kind of handy. I'll just take the bag. That it? I don't see any bricks. Wasn't able to walk through any of the walls. I guess you can't just move stuff, you gotta put it down to see something underneath it, I think. Yeah. Well, let's not rob them too hard. Guy's still gotta make a living. He'll probably just get his Filari back anyways. Buy some supplies on the way out of town. Oh, yeah. Delphinia. Never around when you need her. I'm supposed to speak to her again about Batlin. What's up, noble lady? Give me my magic armor, damn it. I need to find Elysian. Give her back this silver ring I got. Oh, hey, the captains are here. They're not so helpful, though. They only want to talk about goblins and storms. We'd stomp on them good and hard, and then they'd go crawl back to whatever hole they'd crawl out of. But since this palm dragon brute came along, there's been no driving them back. Palm dragon's larger than most goblins, certainly meaner, or he would never have gotten the brutes all under his command. I'm almost willing to believe that he's half demon, like some folks say. Yarr. We have battled goblins since the time of Fawn's founding. We drove the savage creatures from this area when we settled here. Because of their innate cowardice, we have always been able to drive them away with ease, until Pomdragon gathered under his leadership. Thou hast Fawn's thanks, noble pikeman. Lady Yolinda was quite distraught until thou didst retake the tower from Pomdragon and the goblins. Lady Yolinda is the most beautiful woman in the city. She rules Fawn with the aid of the Chancellor and the Great Captain's Council. The Great Captains take much of the weight of mundane affairs from Lady Yolinda's schedule. Garth, Joth, and I oversee trade and the disposition of the fleets. These severe storms have caused the total loss of all of our fishing ships. Fawn once supplied fish to other cities. But that's a thing of the past, I'm afraid. Even if we're able to rebuild the ships, we have almost no able-bodied men to crew them. This may be the death knell of Fawn without the proper guidance. Joth is an old fishing captain who had to be forcibly removed from the fleet, I'm afraid. I don't think that he quite realizes that he isn't on the deck of a ship anymore, poor man. He thinks we can rebuild the fleet with little or no money. We humor him as best as we can. Garth is merely a lad. He could never have gotten a council seat without his family's money. He spends his days chasing skirts, which is just as well, as it keeps him out from underneath foot. How about the Chancellor? The Chancellor is Lady Yolinda's chief assistant. He conveys messages to and from the council to her ladyship, and makes public proclamations of Lady Yolinda's judgments. If thou wishest a matter brought before her ladyship, thou must first speak with Exult. Look for a small man wearing bright green robes. That'll be the Chancellor. Pomdragon. I do not know what evil spawned such a fearful creature. Pomdragon is usually larger than the other goblins, and twice as fierce. All the other goblins fear him. His first foray against Fawn cost us our healer, Seth, and now he hath led the goblins to overtake the pikeman tower. I'd give much to see his head on a pike. Seth was a stubborn man, but a good healer. He refused to take a guard contingent along with him to hunt herbs. He said that the guards did nothing but trample on what he was looking for. Unfortunately, such stubbornness cost him his life. By the time the guards caught up with the foul creatures, they had eaten all but his head. Ugh. Warlock, what's up? Never understand why they chose this extremely weird cross-eyed inducing perspective. Well, wouldn't you say this is the same perspective of most old school CRPGs, like Baldur's Gate and Fallout and such? They hold the same perspective, though I guess it's not as zoomed in. I definitely get lost a lot with how close the camera is, I think. I just noticed this guy's wicked hairstyle. But perhaps the worst part of the tale is that Fawn is left with only Delphinia as a healer. What's wrong with her? Delphinia is a nice enough woman, but she's no healer. She's a horticulturist, not even a herbalist. But she's all we have in these cursed storms lighten. I fear, however, that she hath fallen under the spell of those infidels. Rugg, I think his name is. Ruggs is so ugly that his sins are written plain for all to see, but Delphinia seems to find him compelling. I'm told he speaks sweetly, as doth his companion Leon. But I expect all evil things are compelling in some manner, else how would any good person be tempted by them? How about them storms? The storms are a regrettable consequence of incurring the heavens' displeasure. I'm certain that our punishment will end soon if we adhere to beauty's truth. the heavens' displeasure. Out of misguided kindness, we allowed infidels to enter our city. They spread their contagion, corrupting many of our people to their misguided ways. This displeased the heavens. The storms were clearly sent to punish us. Beauty's truth. Everyone is drawn to that which they find beautiful. Therefore, if we strive to honor and protect all things beautiful, our lives will be fulfilled. All good and honest people are beautiful. Infidels. The sailors camped outside the city are infidels. They do not follow the path of beauty. They came to our city claiming to be from Britannia, which, as any sailor knows, is pure nonsense. The priestess was right to remove their ugly dishonesty from our midst. There is one among them, Leon, who preaches of something they call the fellowship. While I'll grant that he's a powerful speaker, he's clearly a misguided fool. Who in their right mind would believe that the world could be changed by such simplistic views? What man could honestly expect that the neighbor who covets thy land would not do everything possible to acquire it? Wouldst thou, like a trusting woman, trust such a neighbor to act in unity with thee, and work to become worthy of owning thy land? Well, that's not really a yes or no question. But no, I'm a little cynical. Of course not. Thou art a man of the world. Thou knowest that thou canst acquire only what thou takest. He's got a little barbarian underneath him. Priestess. Callista is the priestess of beauty. She receives the wisdom of the oracle and interprets it for those of us who cannot understand the words of the heavens. Callista tried to dissuade us from allowing that false prophet into our city. Now we're paying for our folly. The oracle is an instrument of the heavens. Its words are divine revelations to those who follow beauty's truth. Thou hast not heard the revelation from the oracle yet? No. Thou shouldst go to the temple. Judging by the time, there will be another revelation soon. I'm certain that thou wilt find an enlightened experience. I've been trying to get into the temple, but it's locked. Every time I go there, it's locked. Like, this is it. The temple was behind the throne room, and this is the throne room. Shit's locked down tight. He's not the first person that's called me to here either. There's been a couple of people that said that I should visit the oracle, visit the temple. It's like, great, but how? Plot point, yeah. I just wish they wouldn't keep telling me to go there. Welcome back, Morgan. Thy presence in Fawn adds greatly to its beauty. Yeah, just some regular guard. Ghost town. This place is a frickin' ghost town. Oh. That's the priestess. She doesn't have anything for me to do anyways, I don't think. I do want to talk to her, but... Because I want to get... She owes me my magical armor. I gave her a breastplate. She owes me some magical armor, but... She told me to visit her at night, and I couldn't find her. And the healer is never in the healing place. Oh, this town. People gather in here, but it seems like only at night. Probably spent a good 2 hours in this city now, and most of it's just been trying to track down people. "'Tis a pleasure to see thee again, Morgan." I didn't even click on her. She just started talking to me. "I got your engagement ring. I had heard that thou hadst been asking after me, that thou didst have an interest in my missing engagement ring, or perhaps in the gauntlets that replaced it." "That's it indeed. I thank thee for telling me, but thou mayest keep it if thou wishest." "Keep it? If thou wouldst wish the honest truth, I do not think that my beloved Keth will ever come back from wherever it is that storm took him. Therefore this ring hath only melancholy memories for me. This jewelry hath become bitter to me." Keth. Keth and I were to marry, but it was still not fated to be. He was first mate on one of the largest merchant ships. On one of his voyages he purchased the engagement ring from an artisan in Moonshade, as I recall. But then the storms came and the ships began disappearing, and eventually it was Keth's ship that never came back. "Well, how about them gauntlets? I assume that the gauntlets are thine. They are clearly meant for someone more adventurous than a mere weaver. Wouldst thou like to have them back?" "Yeah, definitely." "Then thou shalt have them. Here!" "Well, thank you." "One more moment of thy time, if thou wilt, Morgan. A person like thyself, brave and adventurous, could be useful in times like these. Wouldst thou be willing to aid us in liberating this city from false traditions and evil schemes?" That's That's a big ask, perhaps. If thou wilt only let me explain the concepts, I'm certain that thou wilt join our cause. False traditions. According to legend, the oracle was brought by our ancestors from Sosaria, our homeland. It now stands in the Temple of Beauty. Our traditions teach us that the statue is infallible guide to truth and beauty, but we suspect that the legends are false. We? Most of the young people of town belong to the cause, but they are not willing to say so publicly for fear of exile. I'm also pleased to say that Leon supports us, as do the other Fellowship members. Well, it's always good to have support from Fellowship members. The Oracle actually speaks. All of us have heard it. It speaks in reply to the Priestess of Beauty. The Statue of Beauty only speaks at certain times, such as during the spring festivals or when the city needs special guidance. According to tradition, it will also reply to the ruler of Fawn. However, I have never seen Lady Yolinda speak to the statue. She leaves such duties to Callista. There's a character in this game that was supposed to be a bad girl, but the portrait was based on some guy's wife, and he didn't like it, so someone snuck in changes to her that could have broken the game. Retro Island Gaming started Blackgate. I don't know him. I haven't heard of him. Yeah, perchance that may be the case, but this could lead somewhere. This is new. I was looking for a list and to give her back her ring and get whatever was the exchange. Get my item back for it, but now she's talking about revolution, so we may have finally found the plot point. But oh, I guess that's kind of cool, though. Like, it just sort of happens in stages gradually. A couple days go by as I wander around Fawn and talk to people and do things. I do like that. I just wish that Fawn was, like, more condensed, you know? Like, I didn't have to run around the city in loops over and over again to find the people I'm looking for. Because that's what I had to do for her. I took like 3 passes around the whole city before I finally caught up with her. Evil schemes. The Oracle is supposed to speak only the truth, yet too often it parrots the words of the priestess and the great captains. We do not believe that the truth only serves those in power. We think that someone hath corrupted the Oracle. Priestesses. Callista is the worst example of this pernicious doctrine of beauty. She believes that her attractiveness marks her as superior to all others, and that her sensuality is a divine gift by which to influence men's mind. Callista is lustful and greedy, but she is also cunning. She is very dangerous to us. Great captains. According to all of our traditions, only women are capable of ruling in Fawn, for only women are capable of true beauty. The high station which a male can only hope for is to serve as one of the great captains. These men serve as Lady Yolinda's advisors. Yet they do much more than merely advise. There are 3 of them, Garth, Joth, and Volden. Yeah, I've talked to them all before. Because he's the youngest of the captains, we had hoped to find a way to persuade Garth to support our cause, but when one of us spoke with him, he claimed to be sympathetic to the cause, yet Garth says he's afraid to confront Volden with our suspicions. I don't trust him. The sailors trust and respect Joth. In mine heart, I cannot believe that he's a part of the conspiracy to control the Oracle. We thought of asking Joth to aid us, but he hath been the same since the storms. He doth live in his memories and stare out to the sea. I think he cannot stop yearning to return to the sea long enough to be much help. Volden is the one who truly controls the great captains. I think he would make himself ruler of Fawn if he could find a way. Volden is a cruel man who secretly despises women. If there's an evil scheme, then Volden must be the mastermind. Lady Yelinda, she too is a prisoner of beauty. Yelinda must not strain herself lest she mar her perfect appearance with any sign of weariness. The great captains therefore have usurped many of her duties on the pretext of sparing Yelinda from tedium. I do not think the lady to be mindless, spineless creature, which some others do. I think that she's a victim of this system. Now that I have explained, thy duty must be evident. Wilt thou join us in this cause? Yes. Thy courage doth delight the soul of a weary rebel like myself. Be ready at any time, for one doth not know when the time to act shall arrive. We once tried to enter the temple during the night, when Callista was with one of her lovers, but the guards foiled our attempt. Nevertheless, look everywhere, talk to everyone, see if thou canst find the clue that hath eluded us. Ah, sweet. That's the map I got from the Fellowship member. I guess that's me there. Good. Good. I've got 2, though. I won't need that other one. Really gonna have to organize my bag. Not now. I need that damn magical armor from... What's her name? Thou shouldst avoid trouble. Do not look now. He is following us. Lydia and Monitor. Yeah, she's definitely bad. Yeah, I'll read that. I'll definitely check that out. Thanks, Stu. Always ready to read some fun Ultima history. Well met, my lord. 'Tis a pleasure to see thee again. Art thou following me? I'm a busy man, my lord. If thy business lies along the route that mine doth, what fault of mine is that? Besides, what hast thou done to warrant thy worries that I might be following thee? Cheeky fellow. Arrogant strangers. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's common to see you guys wandering about the city. Or outside of the city, I should say. Thou needest a healer. No, I don't. I'm too strong. Too powerful to be going to the healer. gonna try sleeping and finding, like, the right time for, what's her bloody name? The priestess to be going home, and then try to follow her and see if I can see where her home is. And, get that magic armor. Let's find out what time it is here. 4. So, like, if I slept 4 hours, they'd probably be finishing their banquet. And then I might be able to follow her to wherever she lives. Hopefully it's not in the temple. It was originally a pirate game? That's funny because so far I haven't been able to sail at all. And in fact, the game keeps talking about how you can't sail anywhere because of the storms. It's like it used to be really boat heavy. And then they were just like, you know what? Let's just get rid of the boats altogether. Let's try another hour. Oh, she's leaving. Move on. Or maybe not. Banquet's done, everybody go home. She doesn't seem to want to travel. The real reason you can't set sail is because they put together the map differently in this one. The dungeons are stuck around the edge of the world instead of hidden in the mountains. Oh, yeah, yeah. So, like, everything's on the one map. If you went sailing, you'd just run into black areas with, like, crazy monsters and stuff. You just sail right into the middle of a dungeon. Still there. Oh, I'm just trying to follow the priestess back to wherever her house is so I can get my magic armor. Just trying to catch her when she actually heads home, which may be now. I see her right there in the corner. It's funny because she looks like she's trying to leave. It looks like they're all trying to leave. But they're not like pathing properly or something. Yeah, it kind of seems like they want to head home, but because I'm in here, they're not. No, or maybe not. I mean, the only ones left here now are these three. So maybe they just leave later. Yeah, I know it's kind of tedious, but it's more tedious for me to like wander around the whole city trying to find where her house is. When I can hopefully just follow her home. Yeah, it's 1:30 in the morning. She's definitely supposed to be home. I bet you if I leave the building and come back in, she won't be there anymore. That's pretty frustrating. Ultima 7, everybody was on like a schedule. They all moved properly. They went home at certain times of day. They went to work at certain times of day. You could see them all walking around and moving to their destinations and stuff like that. Whereas here it would seem they want to teleport home. Because, yeah, she's not here anymore after I left. Yolinda's still here, though. I think maybe... Maybe if I just talk to her. It is late. No, I gotta be at her house. Is that where she sleeps? I'll go up here and then I'll come down and she'll be disappeared. Greetings, visitors. Thanks to the beautiful songs of the bard Iolo, thou hast found favor in our good city. The lady would welcome thee formally to Fawn. Thou mayest attend her within the throne room at the palace afternoon. Be certain to bring that fellow Iolo with thee. The lady doth wish to confer an honor upon him. Such an honor. Well, that doesn't sound good. Well, that's fine. I mean, the story's been progressing as I've been screwing around, so... It's not a total waste. Hey, I wanted to talk to you again. Never mind. I thought there might be a new option to talk to her about fellowship members since the cartographer mentioned she was speaking with the fellowship members quite a bit. I mean, maybe they were just talking about Rug. Oh, I think this is one of the other great captains. Yeah. There she is right there. You know, screw it. I'm gonna try to lockpick that door. God, if I can find my lockpicks in here. There they are. Hey! Haha! Hello, my lady. Who goes there? I want my magic armor. Yeah. Nothing about my armor. Click, 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 click. Away with thee. Well, that's a bummer. I gave away that breastplate for nothing. Alright, we'll head out of town, sleep till noon, and go and visit the Yolinda, see what she wants. And why pay for a place to rest when there's a perfectly good bed outside of town? Let's see where 8 hours gets me. Two more hours. Come on, right there. What the hell? Just check out some of the other basements in the city too. After looking in that store, the provisioner's basement and finding all those levers and secret doors and stuff. I know there was a basement at the tavern. I'm so glad that thou hast come, and thou hast brought the good bard Iolo. Dear Iolo, our subjects have spoken of that fine ballad which thou didst sing, and thy devotion to thy lost wife hath touched our heart. I give thee this white diamond necklace, which thou mayst give to thy beloved when thou dost at last find her. It is a twin of to mine own, except that mine is of a more subtle hue. This, right here. Thou art too kind, lady. I thank thee, and shall give it to Gwenno upon our reunion. This calls for a toast. Hail to beauty! To beauty! And to love, let us drink to the virtues of romance and bliss. To bliss! And to good rulers such as beloved Queen Fawn, who founded our fine society. Thou must not forget our distant liege, Lady Yolinda. All hail Lord... Oh, God, oh, no. Dupre's gonna get us in shit. All hail Lord British and the glory that is Britannia. Oh, my. Milady, this one's allied with that foul fiend beast British. This is blasphemy. Jorbin, lock that criminal away and call for a speedy trial. Let this intruder be executed, even as beast British slew our forefathers during his conquest of Sosaria. Take this, blasphemer! Oh! Oh, Dupre. You get a drink in that guy's hand, and it's just a mess. We're in the tavern. With a key and a scroll. Thou art required at the temple for the trial. Where's Dupre gone? I'm still poisoned. I'm just like retching and like half dead through this whole process. Just give the Avatar a break. What up? Welcome back, old friend. These are thirsty times, eh? Come lift a glass with me, lad, and tell me what a brave pikeman like ye have been doing. He doesn't even know what's up. Do not forget the trial. He's got the constitution of an ox, that Avatar. Poison's only a mild discomfort. And the trial awaits. It's the stranger. Now the trial begins. Hush, bring in the defendant. Oh, wow, we're getting a full-on trial here. This trial will now come to order. Hear ye. Got the grand captains there. Let it be known that Dupre, companion of Morgan, doth stand accused of treason, In blatant disregard for the law, Dupre hath sought to incite rebellion against Lady Yolinda. Worse yet, he doth admit allegiance to that arch-fiend, Beach British. Execute him! Cleanse the temple! Lady Yolinda, as thou dost rule this city, dost thou wish to conduct thy questioning? Look at that smile. That smile... Smiles in these portraits look more evil now. I fear that the witness might be tempted to spare my sensibilities instead of reciting the bare facts. Wouldst thou wish one of thy counselors to act in thy stead? Let it be so, as most senior of my counselors, Volden always doth have my best interest at heart. Yes, of course. I'm sure he does. Yeah, that guy's not evil at all. Look at that mustache and that hair. It would be my pleasure to act upon the lady's behalf. We shall now hear the evidence against the traitor. A moment. For the purpose of this trial, it hath been necessary to admit certain disreputable characters into the city. Namely, those who belong to the organization called the Fellowship, which doth dare to preach contrary to beauty. I would remind our Fellowship guests that they are here on sufferance, and that they should mind their manners. We shall behave ourselves, my lord. The Fellowship is an enlightened brotherhood, not a group to be feared. God, that guy. Leon, we shall see. I call Delphinia to witness before the oracle. Delphinia, stand before the oracle. This is the oracle, right here in the naked statue. Delphinia, did the accused meet with thee? Yes, Captain. He came with his accomplice, who was seeking a certain magical leaf. Aha! And what dost thou conclude from this? That he's fucking poisoned? The leaf is known to counteract certain poisons and curses, my lord. So I must conclude that the defendant suffers from some sort of malady. Perhaps from his association with the beast. How sinister. I have no more questions. Many thanks for thy service, Delphinia. Return to thy seat, if thou wilt. I call Leon to witness before the oracle. Leon, stand before the oracle. Thou knowest that thy presence here is for testifying only. Thou shalt be returned to thy camp immediately after thou hast answered our questions. I have no wish to cause disunity in the city, Captain. I only wish that thou wouldest come to trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Confide thyself to my questions only, please. What contact hath Dupre had with thee? He came to the Fellowship camp. We spoke privately. And no doubt the two of you did compare notes concerning the Fellowship blasphemy. Indeed, is not the traitor secretly a confederate of thyself? I deny the charge of blasphemy. The Fellowship is not an evil doctrine, but it's a system of beliefs which bring enlightenment to those who obey. Enough! Leave our fair city now! Beware of Leon. Shame on us. How rude. Get back here. I called Dellen to witness before the oracle. Oh, great. The guy who's lost his mind. Good day, Dellen. This is good trial music. Good day, Dellen. Ah, the oracle is the other way. He's not even looking in the direction. What? Oh, forgive me, my lords and ladies. Yes, Dellen. Tell me, Dellen, hast thou ever met the accused? Good day, Volden. Met who? The man standing in that box right in front of thee. Hast thou ever met him? I mean, I got a big Zweihander in my hand still. I should just cut my way out of here. Handsome lad. I don't recall him. Dost thou think he would be a worthy suitor for mine Elysiend? I don't think so, Dellen. I renounce any further questions. I thank thee, Dellen. Thou mayest go. Young macaw, he does have the smile. And now I would like to call... Dellen, go to thy seat, please. Yes, of course, Captain. I called the Lady Yolinda to witness before the oracle. Now wait, Volden. Volden, thou dost extend thyself too far. Please bear with me, Zulith. This is for the good of the fawn. Very well, but there's no reason for the lady to take stand. She may speak from where she is. Thou art most gracious, lady. I shall make this brief. For the benefit of the oracle, couldst thou recount the scene at which Dupre didst invoke the name of the demon British? I seem to recall that we were having a civil conversation, and then, without forewarning, Dupre suddenly burst out with a vile and blasphemous oath. Dost thou remember his precise words? To be truthful, the discussion was so distasteful that I quickly put it from my mind. I believe he said, "Curse you all, and British shall drink thy blood." I thank thee for thy time. Lady Yolinda, thou hast spoken fairly as always. I didn't say that. If I may, given that the weight of evidence seems overwhelming, perhaps we should spare the defendant from further embarrassment. If the lady doth wish it, I would forbear calling for further testimony. The traitor will surely be convicted based on the facts already presented. Avatar, what dost thou recommend? Continue. Maybe somebody will stick up for us. I would hear the full weight of the testimony against me, Lady Yolinda. Very well, thou mayest resume, Captain Volden. I call Ruggs to witness before the oracle. Yeah, Ruggs might give us a favorable... Oh my. Take no hope that thou wilt remain any longer than necessary for thee to speak before the oracle. I have hope for only one thing, Captain, and that dwells deep within mine heart, as Delphinia knows. He's a one-track mind, this guy. Yeah, I delivered his letter, yep. Do not digress. Now I am told that thou hast been seen speaking with the accursed traitor. Yes, Captain, I asked for a favor of him to deliver a document for me. No doubt a document containing instructions from Leon to his secret ally, Dupre. No further questions. No, 'twas a letter to my beloved Delphinia. Return to thy camp. Ruggs, be silent. I cannot. Oh, Delphinia's right here. She's struggling. I call Callistia to witness before the oracle. Callista. Callista, stand before the oracle. Ready, Volden. Forgive my presumption, Callista. As the priestess of beauty, thy powers are absolute within this temple. However, thy certain knowledge concerning this traitor is vital, if the oracle is to hear a complete accounting. I understand. Let me state that I have met Dupre as well as Morgan, his companion. I found their lack of understanding of beauty appalling. So they did not seem to have any true appreciation for beauty. I gave you back the armor of beauty. Beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. Silence. Quiet in the temple. Thou wilt not speak unless questioned. Forgive the interruption, Captain Volden. No forgiveness necessary. I thank thee for performing thy duty. And now, priestess, please continue thy witness. As the priestess of beauty, I must warn all thee to remain wary of these strangers. They preach doctrines which deny the primacy of beauty. The fellowship is insidious philosophy which threatens to undermine our common society. I believe that the fellowship is an invention of the beast British by which he means to destroy us. Thy vigilance will be our salvation, priestess. Many thanks for responding to mine unusual summons. I call Jorvin to witness before the oracle. Jorvin, get up there. Yeah. How can I help thee, great captain? Will not detain thee from thy duty overlong, commander. Thou didst meet Dupre and Morgan before, didst thou didst apprehend the accused, didst thou not? I did see them, Captain, even if they did not see me. It's my business to watch strangers. The traitor was most curious man, and did often enter into the buildings where he did not belong. He did open many drawers and barrels without permission. How wouldst thou characterize such behavior? Peculiar, lord, almost as if the man were hunting for something. I surely was. My magical armor. According to legend, there have been men who sold their souls to beast British. Such men then scour the world hoping to find their lost spirits once again. The superstition is out of control. No more questions. Makes me shudder. I call Jendon to witness before the oracle. Jendon, stand before the oracle. Dost thou recall having met Dupre before? Yes, indeed. He came into the Broken Oar. Most people do, thou knowest. Asked me a great number of questions. About the usual sorts of things, the weather, the goblin threat, and so forth? Not at all, Captain. He had so many questions. He did ask me about strange objects, such as I had never heard of. They weren't normal items, sir. Dupre had a powerful curiosity about the ancient ruins of this land. I could not tell him enough. He was quite angry with me. The ruins left by the demons who once dwelt in this land? Yes, Captain, the serpent ruins. And so we can plainly see that the accused doth have a most perverted sense of curiosity. Perhaps a weakness gained from associating with the beast. Thou mayest go, Jendon. I call Listened to witness before the oracle. So it's got to be pretty close to the last person. Listened, we are told that thou hast often been seen in the company of the accused traitor. What feelings hath he asked of thee? What things hast he asked of thee? I remember that we spoke of strange storms and other such things. Thou art holding back something. Listen, beware, the oracle is the instrument of divine truth, and it shall not be mocked. What did the strangers ask of thee, Listened? There was a peculiar item. Well, yes, mine engagement ring which was lost. In fact, the traitor had thy missing jewelry, so the beast had taught him to steal, using demonic powers, I suspect. I have no further questions, I thank thee. Don't twist my words. I call Scots to witness before the oracle. I think he's the last. Scots, come forward. Art thou a follower of this fellowship, Scots? I'm a geographer, sir, and a sailor. Though I was brought here by the fellowship to study this land, I do not practice their beliefs. However, I see nothing wrong with the fellowship. If anything, it seems that Leon speaks more of the truth than thine own priestess. Heresy! Leave this temple, and never return to our fair city upon pain of death. And Lord British is no demon. He's a good man, and hath often commissioned me to create new maps for him. Jorban, if that man speaks another word, blast him with thy wand. Not the wand! Oh, he got... Damn, I missed. Shit. These people are crazy. I call Zulith to witness before the oracle. And now we gotta go through every captain? I've not expected to be called to witness, Captain Volden. After all, I serve Lady Yolinda. Much of what I know is confidential. Yet the course of this trial could affect state security, Chancellor, as a man accused of aiding a demon to overthrow our city. This is a man accused of aiding a demon to overthrow our city. I must defer to the lady. I don't see why thou couldst not speak freely, Zulith. I know, if thou art about to reveal something important If thou art about to reveal some important secret, I shall signal thee by clapping sharply. Then thou shouldst be silent. Very well, Lady Yolinda. Let it be known, therefore, that I have spent much of my recent time following Dupre and his companions about town. And what didst thou learn? Nothing. Dupre was too sharp for me, and spotted me before I could learn much. However, I did see him conferring with Dellen's daughter, and she is known sympathizer with the Fellowship. Watch thy words, Zulith, or thou shalt have to reckon with me. I may be old, but I'm mean. I meant no disrespect. Only everyone knows that the fellowship is a demonic heresy, and that Alicent hath become infatuated with Leon, the preacher. And so Breast British, who is the force behind the fellowship heresy, uses Alicent to communicate with agents such as Dupre. No further questions. Take it back, demons. Bah! I've called my last witness and have presented proof that Dupre is guilty of all crimes in which he's charged. I yield the floor to the priestess Callista. Hear ye! Thank thee, Captain Volden. We shall recess until tomorrow, and then return to hear Dupre's defense. Dost thou agree with this course of action, Lady Yolinda? Oh, why, yes, of course, make it so. Puppet ruler. Dupre, know that thou mayest defend thyself or appoint any willing person to speak on thy behalf. Dost thou have a preference? Yes, I wish my friend Morgan, the Avatar, to present my case. Oh God. I have faith that I will be acquitted. Wait a minute, I have 25 intelligence in this game. I should be okay. Very well, Morgan. Morgan shall be the champion. Guard, please take the defendant to his cell. Goodbye. This trial is now in recess. What a farce. What shall I do? Woe is me. Woe is me. YOLO, any ideas? A song. That's what got us in this trouble in the first place. All the doors locked up. All right, well. Can we break him out of jail? So we're not arrested, just Dupre. Morgan, I have discovered where thy companion Dupre is being held. He's directly beneath the temple in a locked cell. One of the temple guards is sympathetic to our cause. He hath given me this key, which will lead thee into the hidden parts of the temple. If thou dost explore the temple tonight, I can arrange for the guards to be absent. Now I must go before Zulith does see me speaking with thee. Good fortune. Oh God, where's the key? There it is. I gotta clean up this bag. Give Shamino the key. Haha, no, I have the poison cure leaves. They're underneath these bandages here. The Varro leaf. Forget about me. We gotta save Dupre. Few gems. Dupre. Yes, my lord. Desiccated corpse in the corner. We'll figure it out, Dupre. Ah, 'tis thee, Callista. The levers have been set, and the traitor's fate is sealed. Wait, thou art not Callista? So thou hast found our little scheme, hast thou? Thou shouldst have understood. A woman cannot be left to control a city. They have not the brains for such matters. But thou hast no doubt been swayed by the ploys of a woman. Did Alyssand give her favors willingly, or did she force thee into bargain for them? Of course, I can never allow thee to leave this chamber alive. Well, I don't think you got much of a say in the matter there, feller. With his decorative sword. The oracle speaks. What dost thou wish, master? Look at that. That's intense. That's an intense stare. Revelation. There will be a grand trial soon. At the end of the proceedings, I shall proclaim the verdict. I have been told to say the following. Dupre is guilty of associating with demons to destroy our beauty. The fiend, Morgan, is also guilty. Such offense to the beauty cannot go unpunished. The stain of their presence must be washed away with their blood. Change. I shall proclaim whatever thou dost instruct me to proclaim. What dost thou wish me to say regarding the accursed traitor, master? The trials corrupt. I will say that the trials corrupted, and I shall denounce the true traitors. I have waited many years for this moment. I thank thee, master. So it is, like, sentient. I have been the prisoner of the great captains for many generations, stranger. I do not know who thou art, but I am glad thou hast come. At last I can speak the truth. 'Tis my duty. Yeah, maybe I don't have to feed these guys as much as I used to. I just got a I'm hungry, and it's been a while. Oh. Ah. Jesus. Oh! I guess I just got lucky with the switches to begin with. She was at Statue of Limitations. Hey, Brain, what's up? Welcome to the stream. All Ultima, all the time. So that's the only door it opens? Yeah. Okay, so is it only the great captains and the chancellor who are corrupted then? Still thinking about my magic armor. And that priestess. What do we eat? playing it when it was released in the olden times, yeah. Not I. These are all fresh playthroughs for me. It's regular bolts he's got there, 16. I'll let him keep him. I bought like another 30 or something. Yeah. Okay, I guess we're waiting for tomorrow. Thou look terrible. No, she didn't have the armor when I found her. I picked the lock in her room and I went in at night, just like she told me to, and I talked to her. She had nothing different to say, nothing about the armor at all, and there was no armor kicking around, so either that wasn't her room and it was just a room she was sleeping in, or, yeah, I don't know. I have to hunt down that armor, though, for sure, or else I'm going to feel like a fool for giving her back the plate. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Probably after the trial and everything. Oh, man. I'd love to have, like, an old school computer. I do actually have a working old Dell. It's an old Dell, nothing fancy, but it runs XP on it. I think it works pretty well. I think it's been quite well taken care of. A friend of mine gave it to me recently, but it was his dad's and it's still password locked, so I've been trying to get the password off of him, and he keeps forgetting to ask his dad. Still, I'm not really quite sure what I would do with it. I have like 3 old PC games. They're right behind me here. I got 4 old PC games. I got Fallout 1. So, you know, if you're going to have one old PC game, that's probably a good one to have. These are all in the box still too, in good condition from back in the day. Fallout 1 and Revenant, a really cool game from Eidos, or Eidos, however you say it. It's a fun RPG with, like, crazy action combat. Blade Runner, the best point-and-click adventure game I've ever played. And lastly, Daikatana. Daikatana. George Romero's gonna make you his bitch. Oh, it's not George Romero. I can't remember the Doom guy's name. Romero something, isn't it? John Romero. Yeah, Nightmare. Yeah, Blade Runner. I'm not like I'm not the guy to listen to about point and clicks. I'm not an authority. I've played very, very few, but Blade Runner is a good game. Really exciting. I've played it through. I played it through so much back in the day that I could beat it in like 5 or 10 minutes. Because, you just know all the triggers. You know where everything is. You can just go bam, 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 and just, get it done super quick. Maybe 10 minutes is an exaggeration, but I could beat that game very, very quick. But yeah, I would really like to play it again because it's probably been 10, 15 years since I played it. I don't remember any of that shit. Like, I remember the story. I remember how it goes. I remember the ending. But one of the really interesting things about that Blade Runner game is you're not guaranteed to get the same villains every time you play. The game kind of randomizes certain aspects of the game. So when you start a new game, maybe that thing that you learned last time, it won't apply to your current playthrough. But once you've done it like 3 or 4 or 5 times, you know all of them. You know all of the variations. There's not so many that you have limitless possibilities. Daikatana did not age well. Daikatana I remember playing when it was brand new and I hated it. Yeah, exactly, perchance. Maybe it just always sucked. I don't know. I'd like to give it a shot. It's neat. It's ambitious. There's all this crazy time traveling and, like, different weaponry that's really cool. You get a sword. Like, how often do you get a sword in first-person games? Not often. Like, Hexen, I think, maybe. But, first-person shooters, I mean. But, yeah, Daikatana, I hated it back in the day. But I was much less patient back then. Yeah, Ultima 7 definitely had some hair-pulling bugs. Yeah. Soft locks all through the series. Like, you have to tiptoe in Ultima games. You gotta be careful. I've never looked up the bugs and stuff. I was too afraid it was going to like spoil things for me. But if there was one thing that I'd feel like maybe compelled to look up about the Ultima games that I haven't played would be, where am I going to break the game by mistake? Because I did do that in Martian Dreams, and I think I've almost done it in a couple of the other ones. You got to be careful in these games. Yeah, I kept all the keys in separate bags and stuff. Yes, Half-Life is... I've never played Half-Life 1, but I played Half-Life 2, and I thought it was really good. It was actually one of the first-person shooters that really appealed to me. I've never really been a big fan of the genre. I've always been a big RPG player and a strategy player. Strategy games, actually, mostly, probably. Like Europa Universalis and some of those other really hardcore grand strategies. I'm a big fan. I really like tile-based strategy games, tile-based console strategy games like Tactics Ogre and Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Ogre Tactics Fantasy. Yeah, Crusader Kings. Hunter, hey, how's it going? Good to see yous. Been a minute. Yeah, Crusader Kings. I haven't gotten around to Crusader Kings because I'm still kind of like... It's funny, like I've put probably like a couple of 100 hours in Universalis 4, but and I know Crusader Kings is a little similar, but I still don't really feel like I've grasped Universalis, and I want to get good at it first before I try a different Paradox strategy game. I'm trying to form the Holy Roman Empire in like the first decade of the game or so. Much simpler than EU, yeah. Yeah, I struggled with EU a lot to begin with. Luckily, I have a... Yeah, yes, number 4, yeah. Luckily, I've got a friend who also is crazy into strategy games. I often play them with him, and he helped guide me along a little bit. It's not too bad. A lot of people actually sort of accuse it for being kind of like a pop-up manager because you're not really doing anything a lot of the time. It doesn't feel like you are. You're just sort of like reacting to events and stuff. But if you're not careful, if you're not doing the things that you should be, then you're going to have a long, hard go of it. The computer's going to get too big, and you'll be too weak to take over any territories. First Ultima was Ultima 1, 1980. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's badass. Mad respect to that. You know, I think it's great that this is a series that's, you know, so near and dear to people, and I wish I could have, you know, experienced that through my youth as well, but I never had a computer, so that's why we're doing it now. And I kind of have a knack for experiencing things like in their time period, if that makes any sense. I'm able to really play games without realizing how old they are. Like I'm playing this, and you know, to me, I may as well be playing like a PlayStation 5 game or something. So sophisticated, so top of the line, Serpent Isle. 'Tis a pleasure to see thee again, Morgan. I'm just chatting away here instead of playing. The cause. Now let the trial resume. Callista and her knaves shall regret the day that they were born. I think I could love a man like thee, Morgan. Oh, I've got another one. Avatar's getting a trail of broken hearts in this game. Who could resist this mug? He's really got to get that beard back on. Hide that jawline. Farewell. Just wondering if there's anything I should actually try to do, or if I should just crash and deal with the trial tomorrow. Ah, an abacus. That's actually really useful. Armored boots and a chain coif. And a key. Huh. What's that key for? No remorse for robbing these people blind. They got my friend in jail. They're lucky I'm not running through the streets cutting them all down. I got plenty of bags now. Klepto. No klepto, he just takes what he wants. A barbarian. When do we eat? Let's eat right now. How about this soup? Can I eat it? No? Who's hungry? Everybody. Yum, 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 yum. Very tasty. Can we cook up some bread here? Do not pour flour out on that. No. No bread making, apparently. Oh, you need water to make dough, of course. I'll need a bucket. The Crying Lute by Gant. No Such Things as Fairies by Gant. More mysterious keys. Gonna have some major organization needing to be done here. What's this? Nothing. Yeah, definitely gonna need to reorganize my bags. These two are captain's houses. Skip that. I'm only interested in buildings that may potentially have my armor. Just eternally poisoned. Yeah, I already dug around in this house. Locked, eh? Thought I gave him another key. Eat this guy's food. I shall soon be plump. Try lock picking it. There we go. Yum. Oh, this poison. Yeah. Yeah. A little moldy, that bread. Hey, first try. What I should do is lay down my bedroll and sleep. And that'll heal me. What time is it? I suppose we're gonna find out whose house this is. Oh. Shamano's taking damage from being hungry? Here, have a super cheese. Garth. Oh, he's one of the captains. Plate armor. Well, it's not the magical plate armor I was looking for, but I'll take it. Come on. Too heavy. Well, the door's unlocked. We can come back for it. What art thou doing here? Whatever I want. Why, thou art the confidant of the accused blasphemer. I cannot be seen speaking with thee. Yeah, okay. We'll come back. Yeah, if you're not going around and looting stuff all over the place, I mean, it's the inventory's not going to be such a problem. Or if you properly organize your stuff as you're picking things up, but I'm a heathen, an uncivilized lout. I just throw my stuff in my bag. Nothing over that way. Is that my magic armor? Jesus, did I finally find it? But, I've never seen the lady in there. She's always sleeping in the temple. Now I'm curious. Alright, let's try... sleeping until the middle of the evening and see if she shows up. Or the early morning, I should say. They like to pop up out of nowhere, so... That's not your house, dude. It really isn't his house. I don't know what the hell he's doing. He doesn't know either. Good to see thee again. He's not shy to talk to me like the other guy was. "1:30 in the morning. She could just be stuck in the trial right now. Alright, that's fine. I'm just curious. I want to talk to her and see what the dialogue is to get it back. That's the only other place I've seen her sleeping, so I think she's stuck in the trial right now. Alright, rest till morning. Okay, trial part 2. Come back later. They didn't tell me a specific time, they just said tomorrow. Okay, here we go. Let justice be swift. Bring in the defendant. This trial will now come to order. Where's the Priestess of Beauty? And where's the great Captain Volden? I'm not sure, thy ladyship, nor is Jorvin to be found. It is most improper that neither Volden nor Callista are here, but I shall not have justice be detained. I shall continue in Callista's place. Hail the lady! All hail the Lady Yolinda, who hath consented to conduct this portion of the trial in person. All hail, hail the lady, oh great lady. Whatever. That was the drunkard in the bar. Dupre's representative Morgan shall now present the facts to defend his friend. Morgan, thou mayest call upon any citizen present in the temple, and mayest ask any questions pertinent to this case. Pardon, lady, excuse me, great lady, but I must address a point of order. Since the Fellowship troublemakers were so disagreeable in our earlier meeting, they have been excluded from this session of the trial. Avatar. Whom wouldest thou care to call before the oracle? Who's a friend? Delphinia. I'll call Delphinia to witness before the oracle. Delphinia, step forward. Hail to beauty and the omnipotence of the oracle. I shall answer thy questions truthfully, Avatar. Of what can I tell thee? The character of the accused. This man drinks far too much, and his health will surely suffer from this some day. He is also a bit of a braggart, and he doth think himself a ladies' man. He did try to steal a kiss from me. Dupre doth have an evil heart. I'd not be surprised if he were in the service of demons. When did this happen, Dupre? Demonism? I do believe in demons. There is much evil in this world, and I do not believe that we cause it ourselves. Our ancestors did beat the British by escaping to this land. It is so incredible that the demon would want revenge. We should be very afraid all of us. No further questions. All right. Well, that was supposed to be helpful. Joth, remember when I broke into your house last night? I am prepared for the questions, Morgan. What dost thou care to question me about? Well, I must say that I find him likable. He does his duty without blabbering all the time. Hard to believe a good man like Dupre would be in league with demon British. Look here, Morgan. I'm a captain, not a theologian. I find it hard to believe in something I can't touch or smell. Yet all of our legends tell of this beast British and his crime against our ancestors. I suppose I don't know what to believe. Pardon me, Callista. It's not Callista. No further questions. Dellen was nice. Dellen, please come forward. Oh, I'm not used to standing in public like this. Crowds make me nervous. Let this be swift. Ask thy question. Character of the accused. He looks like a fine lad, he doth. Dupre, come by the shop afterwards, and I'll introduce you to my daughter. Demonism. Very frightening. Don't care much for demons. How about that engagement ring that I brought back for you? That's what Alyssum said in her testimony, that thy friend did return her engagement ring to her. Mighty nice of him, I say. He looks to be a good lad. Doth he need a wife? I'm afraid thy daughter is not lively enough for me, old man. I know that the priestess fears that the ring was stolen by magical means. But what about the storms? They steal things every day. Could not a storm have taken my daughter's ring? There you go. Jendon, the innkeeper. Why hast thou brought me before the oracle, Avatar? Ask me thy questions. He can outdrink any man in this town, and I think he could outfight nearly everyone except for Jorvin. I must admit, Dupre is a likable man. Hard to believe he's the tool of the beast British. Do I believe in demonism? Of course, my mother told me the legends when I was a mere child, and even if I didn't, why, I'm an innkeeper, Morgan. For the sake of my business friend, I dare not disagree with the priestess of beauty. Strange objects. That's what I said in my testimony. Dupre brought me strange items and asked me to identify them. But thou art an innkeeper. Surely many folks bring thee mysteries. Mayhaps, stranger. But nothing half so strange. Ancient ruins. Dupre did ask me about the ancient ruins. Indeed, very suspicious. Surely others ask these same things. Indeed, the sage Batlin was also curious about the ruins. Well, don't lump me in with Batlin. See how the evidence convicts him. I tell thee, this Dupre works for Batlin, and both are tools of beast British. Garth. Question me. I'm ready. On what subject dost thou desire information? I have met him face to face, and I find Dupre to be the most surly, disrespectful man I've ever seen. He offends with every breath that comes out of his ugly face. Jesus. Demonism. Lest anybody be confused, let me state unequivocally that demons exist. Evil is real. The tales of our forefathers about the demon king named British and the lands he stole in the name of virtue are literally true. Lastly, I have absolute faith in the priestess of beauty. Wherever she may be, she is too beautiful to be wrong. Zolith. He himself. After all, I'm the custodian of Lady Yolinda's confidential matters. What do you think of Dupre? Why, the man is a known drunkard and a companion of thieves and cutthroats. Look at those he consorts with. Dost thou not feel the sudden chill in this temple at the very mention of beast British? I tell thee, the demon exists, and his schemes to destroy Fawn can only be averted by the justice of the oracle. Why were you following us? As I stated in the earlier session of these proceedings, Dupre was too sharp for me. However, I did see him conferring with Dellen's daughter, and she is a known sympathizer with the Fellowship. My daughter is not on trial here, Chancellor. Well, I suppose not. Oh, they hate him. Everybody in this land hates Lord British so much. I call Olon to witness before the oracle. Olon, step forward. Hail to Lady Yolinda. Hail to the oracle. Hail to everybody. I'm afraid he hath been drinking. I drinks to forget my pain and keeper. Go ahead, Avatar, ask me thy questions. What do you think of Dupre? I love that man. Dupre, sing that drinking song thou didst teach me, the one about all the young ladies. I don't think that would be advisable. I have my lute with me. If all the young ladies were bricks in a pile, I'd be a... Dling! I'd be a mason and lay them in style. Roll thy leg over, roll thy leg over. Zounds, man! In earshot of Lady Yolinda, hast thou no decency? Leave me alone. I could have asked him more things there. Whom wouldst thou care to call before the oracle? Only one left, Yolinda. I'll call Yolinda to witness before the oracle. Oh, she's coming down from her throne. Zounds, man! Beast British, yeah. Garriot's just, slave driver. That actually doesn't seem to be the case. I only recall the one story about how in Ultima 7 you can drop that plaque on his head and kill Lord British, and that whole thing was like a reference to something that actually happened. And the circumstances and when that happened to Garriot, he was going outside to like hang out with the troops, so to speak, say hey and like chat about the game and see how everybody's doing. And then he opened up a door and there was a plaque hanging over the door, loosely hanging over the door, and it fell on his head and cracked him open. She's stacked. Yeah, well, that's Lady Yolinda. I shall answer thy questions, Morgan, for the sake of the Oracle, but do not try my patience. The character of the accused. This is a wild man, full of passions and lusts. I can feel his eyes on me now. There's no doubt that Demon British exists. I have seen the records left by previous generations. The beast did conquer all of Sosaria, and did force the Fawnese to flee into the sea. How cruel! I have always hated the beast, and I always shall. Why don't you be truthful about Dupre's words? I do not remember every word uttered in my presence, Morgan. These were mine exact words, lady. All hail Lord British, and the glory that is Britannia. Beauty forbid, thou hast spouted the blasphemy again. I cannot bear this. Her delicate sensibilities. I yield the floor to her graciousness, the Lady Yolinda. Hear ye. Both sides have stated their facts and called their witnesses. Let it not be said that there is no justice in Fawn. Now, before the face of beauty, I call the verdict upon Dupre. All rise and face the Oracle. Dupre is innocent. Dupre is innocent. Set him and his companions free. The true criminals are the priestess Callista and the great Captain Volden, who have conspired to convict this innocent man. Dupre, we have wronged thee. There's nothing I can do to erase our shame, but I would be pleased if thou wouldst accept a token of our regret. She just like instantly believes. It's the Oracle. Here's the crystal rose of love. Good news. We have captured the false-hearted traitor, Lady Yolinda. Callista is in chains, and great Captain Volden hath been found dead. Massacred by the Avatar. Thou hast acted correctly, Jorvin. The Oracle hath just denounced them. The Priestess of Beauty hath confessed to me that she and great Captain Volden were united in an evil conspiracy. By use of secret levers, they dared to control the utterings of the sacred Oracle. Only by the actions of the brave Morgan hath the Oracle been freed to utter the truth. Who knows how long this deception hath been practiced? Have the citizens of Fawn always been victims of great captains and the priestess? I did mistrust thy words previously, Alicent, but now that Callista hath confessed, I know not what to believe. Such perfidy makes my blood run cold. Have the priestess jailed until I decide what fate she deserves. As for Volden's death, that saves me the trouble of having him executed. Praise the deed! I am sorry that we have delayed thee in thy quest, Dupre. Please forgive us. Thou mayest leave Fawn freely, and be assured of a warm welcome if thou shouldest return. Thou hast shown me that I have much to learn about being a ruler, and I thank thee. Guards, release Dupre. The trial's now dismissed. Oh, the poison. Now maybe I can finally get this cured. I think Lady Yolinda owes Dupre a night out on the town. Welcome back, Morgan. Thy presence in Fawn adds greatly to its beauty. Do come again. Well, that's that then. So, you, what's her name? I always forget her name. The priestess. She'll probably be down here, eh? No? Oh, the banners are gone. Yeah, there's a little bit of blood in that one, I think. A little bit of blood in that puke. Well, Centauran, what's up? Good to see you. So, Kiki, if you're still out there, the magical armor is in this this dresser right here by the temple, to the left of the temple. I know you were wondering. Yeah, not a problem, man. Oh, the fishnet stockings. And then there's the Great Captain's house down this way that has a set of plate mail in it. I'll steal. Steal? The Avatar doesn't steal. I'll take. Liberate. Oh, well, now that you're mentioning it, I'm sure glad that didn't happen. That would suck if I died in the middle of the trial and just, like, locked the whole thing. It was mostly talking in the trial, though, and that does freeze time. Me, Dupre, and YOLO are all hungry. All right, that's this place done for now anyways. That trial, we saved Dupre from getting executed. We've got our Vero leaves. We've hopefully changed Fawn for the better. I mean, mass political restructuring isn't always, it doesn't always work out so well afterwards. The bridge is blocked. Yeah, no, I died a ton from that poison. I thought it didn't kill you, but then ever since I was in Fawn, I dropped a bunch of times. Go in unity! She's down here hanging out with the Fellowship. That's not good. The cause is triumphant, Morgan. Lady Yelinda hath ended the exile of the Fellowship. The great captains are in disgrace, and Lady Yelinda doth rule for herself now. If there's anything I can ever do for thee, return to Fawn, and I shall aid thee. Kiss me. Oh my god. Morgan, when I said that I loved thee, 'twas a moment of weakness. Surely thou wouldst not take advantage of a girl for a few hasty words. Besides, there's so much to be done for the cause, and Lady Yelinda, I'm hopeful of becoming an advisor to the lady. There's not time for love, not now. No time for love, Dr. Jones. Excuse me, princess. Oh, there's another girl here. Who's this? Oh, how'd you get in here? Like I just saw you over there. Magic. They are pretty fast moving. So he gave me a map. Well, he gave me 2 maps. I'm going to put one down. But he gave me a map, so do I have to come back here, I wonder, and get him to, like, draw new locations on it? Oh, let's take care of this poison. Yo, let me in. Thou dost look terrible, Morgan. I think thou hast been struck by some terrible malady. Harna! Harna! You gotta help me. How may I help thee now? Dost thou have need of healing, or dost thou wish to buy my vegetables? Pox! Didst thou speak with Lydia? Lydia? Oh, yes, Lydia, the tattoo person. Yes, she has confessed to her crime. Hey, this might be the only time I've talked. Like, ever. Moreover, she hath paid for her treachery in blood. She's slain. I see, thou dost appear to have many enemies in this land, my lord. Be thou careful whom thou dost trust. Heal me. The Avatar is burning with fever. Now that I have the proper ingredients, it's a simple matter to cure thee. Hold thou still while I apply these directly upon thy tattoo. There, 'tis done, thine infection hath been healed. Finally! Oh, God. Thank British. Thank the beast British, we're finally cured. The Avatar sounds kind of pissed off. Now that's just me. That's just how I sound. Hefe! No more. No more permanent poison. We got it taken care of. We got it taken care of. Let's go celebrate with some ales. Drink Sir on Dupre. Because we saved him. And he's got a bunch of booze in his backpack. One for him. One for me. This is the good stuff. It's that triple X stuff. Why do I have so many Monitor shields? I thought I put one on the ground. He's got like 3. Some wine for YOLO. And actually, I think Shamino's got his own. Very tasty. Let's get sick again with ale this time. Oh, I should totally get the innkeeper's ale again. Where's that fella? He's got that special brew. Howdy. I think he just gave it to me last time. Maybe it was a one-time thing. Most deaths are usually caused by goblins. Oh, he's got some faunish ale right there in front of me. Oh! Bleh. Rest thy bones here. It's the good stuff. It's the good stuff. Okay. Just give me a couple of minutes. I'll take a bathroom break and I'll be back. Turning into a bit of a mega stream. Just pause the timer and yeah. See you shortly. Dun, 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 dun. Ultima 3 FM Towns version. Heroic adventure. I'm just about running out of notes I made here. It's about the only thing I have left is the goblins in Monitor. Gotta solve the problem of the goblins. I figure anyways. Enough people talked about it in this town. Full screen. All right, let's talk to Simon a little bit more thoroughly here. Duties. I'm the innkeeper of the Sleeping Soldier, Monitor's Inn. If thou dost need a bed, I can certainly accommodate thee. Visitors. The only two memorable visitors that we've had, besides thyself, were a fat sage and a scholar. Fat sage. He had such curiosity about the ancient ruins. I believe he followed Renfrey into the crypt so he could look around. Something there fascinated him. Thou shouldst also speak up with Andral, the sculptor. He and the sage spent many hours in conversation here at the inn. I believe he went northeast from here, towards the little hamlet of Sleeping Bull. The man's name, dost thou recall? Now, what was that man's name? It was a simple name, unpleasant sounding and mean. Batlin. That was it. He called himself the Sage Batlin. I remember talking to him about this stuff. I remember these dialogues. Blue Bolt, hey, how's it going, man? Good to see ya. Unintentional Ultima mega stream going on. The stream was intentional. I just hadn't planned on going for, 7.5+ hours. For glory. For the glory of Britannia. Yeah, his underlings. Warrior, sailor, and a hooded man. Five gold pieces on the hooded man being a gargoyle. Talk about the traitor. I have my own suspicions. Take a close look at Craig. He seems to spend a lot of time in the woods and on long walks alone. Everybody thinks that Craig's the traitor. So, I talked to him before when I wasn't a knight, and I didn't really get any information out of him. So maybe now that I'm a knight, I can grill him for info a bit more. 7.5 hours of Ultima 7.5. Hey, it looks pretty chill. He's got good hair for being so old. The Sleeping Soldier. 'Tis an old inn, as old as Monitor itself. I can gladly accommodate thee if thou dost wish. No, that's okay. There's a perfectly good park in the middle of town. How about that scholar? She said she was researching the land and seemed anxious to learn all about Serpent Isle. Spectre dealt with her mostly. Gweno! Morgan, what luck! We have found a trail to follow. Oh, Gweno! Yeah, I talked to him about all this. She went to the Zenkin monks. Set sail with Captain Hawk bound for Moonshade. And points beyond. Captain Hawk. I'm just gonna jot that one down. Could be a name worth remembering. If you can get her to Moonshade, maybe that's my connection to there as well. Of course, this was before the storms. No sailor will brave these dangerous waters now. Praise virtue, this means she's alive and well. I thank thee, sir, for this woman is my wife. And a very kind woman she was, sir. Very kind. They had a competition for Ultima 7. People sent in their portraits, and then one person was randomly selected to be put in the game. When they needed portraits for this game, they found all those contest entries and called them to see if they wanted to be in the game. That's pretty cool. Who was the guy in Ultima 7? I feel like people pointed him out to me. I have vague memories of that now. I can't remember who it was. What time we got? 5:22 p.m. It's pretty late to be doing things around Monitor. Everything kind of shuts down around 3. Everybody's starving. Leave the super cheese. Chicken for the Avatar. A steak for Dupre. Well, go in one of these bags then. Hey, I got 2 YOLO loots now too. Who wants the pie? Maybe one's supposed to be Gwenno's. Yeah, she is a bard as well, or she was in one of the Ultimas. Ultima 2, I think it was. She was a bard. I don't think I ever actually had her in my party. In 1 or 2 of the games, you can get Gwenno in your party. But I don't recall if I ever did. Bear with me here. I'm going to do a little bit of organization. I know that's everybody's favorite thing, but it's just a reality of playing Ultima. So this will be the food bag. And okay, food bag over here. And this will be the money bag.